Deputy Managing Director of Nigerian LNG, I can tell you for free, is another he for she, is also here in this meeting. So we welcome you, sir. Mr. Lalekon Ogunleye, we welcome you. African Regional Director, I see you. Good morning, ma'am. Ogogo Effiong, a very good morning to you. I'm just trying to, we will start shortly. We will start. I also saw our immediate past council chair, Professor Lalekon Olafuyi. I saw him a while ago. Good morning, Prof. I'm sure you are here somewhere in the meeting. We thank you for joining this morning, proving yet again that you are a true he for she. So we thank you for joining the meeting this morning. Sorry, one second. I just clicked on something now. So you'll forgive me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for dialing in and starting to speak at this time. I am in a different time zone this year. I'm in a different time zone. So if you can just in the next 60 seconds, everyone on the call, just tell me, where are you joining to this meeting from? Lagos, Abuja, where are you, Warri, where are you, Port Harcourt, where are you joining? Are you joining from outside the country? Where in the world, rather? Are you just drop it? I see Abuja, fantastic. I see Abuja, that's nice. Lagos, Jakarta, oh my goodness. Australia, interesting. SP is truly one global family. Owerri, I see Owerri. Yenagoa, Delta, aha. Enugu, excellent. Welcome everyone. I see Warri, yes. Welcome everyone, welcome. Jakarta, I like Benin. I like to know what Harcourt, what time you are in Jakarta right now. Okay. Aberdeen, aha. I see Aberdeen, that's fantastic. Okay, lots of Port Harcourt, lots of Abuja, lots of Lagos. Excellent. So welcome, Sapele is in the room. Welcome to 3:30 p.m. in Jakarta. Can you imagine? It's truly a global word today. Welcome from Jakarta. Liverpool is Ondo is in the room. Excellent. So welcome. We're going to have a really exciting time, learning. As I always tell people, one of the events where I get to learn a lot is when the women meet in the room, talk about the industry, talk about some of those challenges they're going through, how they are solving them, how they are breaking barriers, how they are setting new standards, how they are not being recognized because they are women, but because of the contributions. Brisbane is in the room, Kaduna is in the room. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. Yes, different time zones indeed. Okay. Myself this morning, I'm dialing all the way from Houston. We're here attending the Sarah Week event. It's been quite an eye-opening event, learning the direction the world is going. And okay, so we welcome all of you. Well, thank you once again for joining us. Now, let me just go to my agenda for the events and get us started with the event right away. Okay, so there you have it. Just one sec, and there. Frank, can you put the agenda up for me on the home screen and from your end? I'm trying to do that from here. There are lots of our speakers on the call as well. Dr. Chima Wanchukwu is also on the call. I've seen our moderator, Tumboswa Folayan. Very good morning to all of you. As I said, it'll be important for us to start. Let us start. And as we get to the part where we'll get to meet the speakers, we'll interact with the speakers. We thank immensely our sponsors for this event, Seplat Energy PLC, truly another company that is giving women playing ground based on their intelligence and handling the issues of inclusion and equity in the company, and doing so on merit and celebrating women. So we thank you. It was a physical event. Now I'll be asking for us to give Seplat a warm applause. So if you can just in the chat box, just with an emoji of an applause or something, whatever works for you, an applause emoji or a thank you. Can you leave a thank you to our sponsors, Seplat Energy PLC? We appreciate you immensely. Okay, so you can see the agenda. That is what it's going to look like. Thank you so much, Frank. Fantastic, Frank, as always. So once I'm done with these formalities that I'm doing now, we'll just take we'll take the national anthem. And national anthem, we'll just do small housekeeping because it's a virtual event. I talk about one or two housekeeping. Following that, we'll get into the welcome remarks from our Chairman of Council, Engineer Felix Obike, who, by the way, I have not saluted. Engineer Felix Obike, a very good morning to you. Thank you so much. Seplat team, Engineer Felix Obike, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, I'm sure you're seeing the thank yous and the appreciation emojis that is dropping in the chat box. That is for you, Seplat, for sponsoring this year's SPE Women Leadership Lecture Series. We truly appreciate and thank you for that as sponsorship. Okay, so we'll go from the sponsors, from the chairman's remark to the sponsor's remark. We'll take a few comments from our sponsors, and then I would guide us from there on. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Frank, if you're ready, let's have the national anthem on cue. Let's play the national anthem and we'll take it from thereafter. Please, can we all rise for national anthem? Frank, I can't hear a thing. I don't know. Is it from me? I can't hear a thing. If someone can hear the national anthem, please tell me if you can hear the national anthem. I'm not able to hear it. Is anyone hearing it? You can leave it in the chat box for me. Is anyone hearing the national anthem? No one is hearing it. Okay, thank you, Rashida Saleh. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Frank, nobody is hearing it. Okay, if nobody is hearing it, I guess we will just handle it verbally ourselves. All right, so I'm just going to cue us on 3, and we would say, Frank, don't worry, let's just sing it. Let's just sing it, right? The national anthem on 3, and we'll take it. Is it playing? Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3. Frank, can you play it? Mute yourselves. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey. Can those who are able to unmute themselves and join the singing of national anthem? So that's this. Serve our Father. Go ahead.
Love and strength our heroes stand one nation
Thank you very much. You can mute yourself back. Let's get into the event. Thank you. So on that note, I would like to now yield the virtual platform to our chairman. Chairman, I have seen the work that you're doing since you became the chair of the council, trying to increase the relevance of the society and trying to integrate the membership even more. We thank you, and we look forward to even a lot more successful activities and outings as you continue to be our chairman. So chairman, is over to you, Engineer Felix Obike, for your formal welcome to this event. Can you please unmute your microphone, turn on your video, let me be sure I can see you before I yield this stage to you, sir. Chairman, over to you, sir. Can Chairman hear me?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you, and I believe everyone can hear you if I can. But I can't see you. I can hear you, I can't see you. Your video is not on, Chairman.
Just give me a minute.
Well, we can see your fine picture in the background here.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay, Chairman is trying to turn on his video. So once Chairman is done, once again, as I said, we'll go over to our sponsors for their remarks.
Yes, please, can you see me? Good morning, everyone.
Yes, Chairman, fantastic. We can see you. We can see you. The picture quality is really good. So please take it away, Chairman.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. Let me just say welcome to this is the second event for our WLLS that we use to celebrate our women on the particular day for their International Women's Day to commemorate this. I'll just give a brief heads up on what to expect in this meeting. Distinguished heads of parastatals, MDs and captains of industries, esteemed guests, council members, academia, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the second edition of the International Women's Day celebration of SPE, the Women Leadership Lecture Series, WLLS 2023. As an inclusive organization, SPE recognizes the significance of empowering women leaders from all industries, and thus, this initiative was specifically designed to target women leaders from different spectrums of industries. The leadership of SPE Nigerian Council has always been at the forefront of promoting diversity and inclusion, and this is evident in the significant number of women occupying leadership positions and roles in the council. We have 3 female section chairs out of a total of 5 sections, you can imagine that, and 5 ladies out of the 18 members elected in 2023 council year of SPE Nigerian. You see, this is actually my year. So you can imagine I have out of the sections, we have 5 sections in Nigeria. All out of them, we have 3. That means we have about 66%. Yeah, I believe I'm right. Also, in this council year, which is a big one, I want you guys to hear this. A female professional has been elected to the topmost leadership of SPE Nigerian Council, which is a 3-year term position starting as a vice council chair-elect, chairman, and then the immediate past council chairman. By this, SPE Nigerian Council will have the very first female council chair in 2025. And she is actually the one anchoring this, this event. She is Engineer Mrs. Amina Daminaba. And I'm so privileged to be the one that is the council chair that's had the privilege to get her into this position. Yes, these practical examples of leadership where equity has been embraced are indeed commendable. You can see we're actually running with this in SPE Nigerian Council. Yeah, SPE Nigerian Council, through the special committee called Our Women Are Pride, has carefully developed a theme for this year, embracing equity as a lever for professional growth. In line with the global theme for International Women's Day celebration, the choice of this theme was based on the understanding that organizations with broader female representation have steady growth and outperform organizations with low representations of females. We have that. It is very clear in a lot of our companies and where we work. And I can give you, I can actually tell you exactly, confirm that in my company where I work. Yeah, we've got a lot of great leaders that are females, and we've seen a lot of impact they are making in the value they bring to the table. Okay, we have assembled high-profile ladies and gentlemen for diverse industries in Nigeria for this event, WLS 2023. It will feature a lecture, a panel session, and 4 concurrent master classes to provide a holistic experience for all participants. I would love to extend my profound appreciation to all our invited guests, panelists, facilitators, sponsors, planning committees, and SP members for your continued support and participation in SP activities. Your support has been instrumental in fulfilling our mission. I will encourage you to participate fully, ask questions, and share your knowledge with colleagues. In conclusion, I wish all of us a memorable and impactful WLLS 2023 event. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you once again for joining us today, and God bless you. Thanks, Richmond.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much for that. And indeed, your time as Council Chairman is really showing that you are a he for she. You are a he for she. The number of women working with you in the Council as section chair, we thank you for providing support and also guidance to some of these brilliant and intelligent female colleagues in the society and in the industry. We thank you for your kind welcome to this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, when we do virtual events, the safety is not much. It's just that we would at some point, be taking ergonomics break from time to time. We will do that. And when we do that, you're encouraged to stand at all time. And of course, for those who are participants, very kindly, once you're on the call, ensure that you are muted until you are called upon to speak. If possible, you can leave your video off until you are called upon to speak as well. For the attendees or participants, if you want to ask a question, locate, I think if there is the Q&A or maybe the chat box. I think the chat box, we can go there, leave our questions for any member of our panel when we get there, or anyone who is who will be given the opportunity for you to interact with. You can leave your questions there like that. Okay, so we're going to go straight into the sponsor's remark. I've been told that the sponsor's remark will be taken by the Executive Director, External Affairs and Sustainability of Seplat, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. This is just for sponsor's remark. We'll come back to you on the panel as well. Dr. Nwachukwu, please confirm that you are on the call. Can you unmute yourself? Frank, please confirm to me if we have her on the call. For some funny reason, I'm not able to see quite a number of things from my own end here. Frank, are you there? If she's not on the call already, we can make progress.
Yes, I am. I think she's not on the call.
Okay, so we can make progress with our event, and we will come back to her when she is on the call. She's also in a different time zone where she is nights. It's 2 a.m. heading towards 3 a.m. So we can all understand. But I'm sure she's going to join us a little later, since she will also be speaking on the panel. Now, let me just give you the remaining breakdown of our event this morning into the afternoon. Once I'm done with this now, I will go straight into an opening address. You heard the chairman say that we have a lecture, we have panel session, and we have concurrent master classes that is teaching women today on different aspects. I've seen branding as one of those topics I'll be handled in the master class. We'll talk about that a little later. So we'll take an opening address and remark after this from our SPE African Regional Director. Following her, we will take a keynote address from the Director Office of Community and Civic Engagement, Farmingdale State College. We'll go from that. We'll take a short break thereafter, and then we'll come into the panel session. Another panel session, we'll be passing it on to our moderator, senior domain expert and product owner, PetroScience Sphere Shell and Global Solutions, Tumboson Afolayan will take us through the panel. And on the panel, we'll be listening to Professor Yetunde Omide, who is on the call. Dr. Wanchuku, as I said earlier. Mrs. Miriam Uwais will listen to her. Tumboson will tell us a bit more about this brilliant women when we get there. Mrs. Olaimi Ayanichi will also be on the call, the Commission Legal Secretary for EPRC. Mr. Olufemi Olalekon Ogunleye, I've spoken about him earlier. Engineer Bayo Julari will also be on the call. Ms. Abimbola Olufure Wycliffe will also be on the call. Then she will call for you to interact with them with your questions at that time. Following that, we'll take a brief video break on Embrace Equity from our past speakers. A break will follow after that. Then the masterclass breakout sessions will follow, at which time we'll be giving you guide as to how you can join the masterclass from your respective devices. We'll be having masterclasses on branding, on negotiations. We'll have on partnership and collaboration and so on. Okay, so we would have that. We'll return from that. And we'll do a round of a wrap up, if you like, by the chairperson of the WLLS Planning Committee, Engineer Amina Dam Madami, and would allow for some networking, virtual networking, and that will be the end. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is our agenda for this event. Now, that said, I will move on swiftly to our next speaker, who is a record-breaking next speaker. We all know, and I will not bore us so much with our details. Our first ever female African regional director, and I dare say perhaps one of the youngest SP professionals to occupy this position. I'd like to yield it now to Ogogo Effiong, our distinguished opening address speaker. ARD, good morning, ma'am. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Richmond. It's so good to see you after a long time.
Yeah,
how are you? Hope you can hear me as well.
I can hear and see you. Please take it away. Thank you.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. I would like to stand on the existing protocols and to thank all our sponsors, Seplat Energy, for sponsoring this event. I'd like to also thank the volunteers who put this together. We think that because it's a virtual event, that it doesn't take a lot to put this together, but having served on SP at various capacities, I can tell you that it does require quite a lot of collaboration and it takes a lot to really put these things together. So kudos to the organizers of this event. It's indeed an honor to stand before you or to sit before you today on International Women's Day to talk about this very important topic, which is embracing equity as a lever for professional growth, as the topic was coined. As we all know, SPE in Nigeria is one of the most prominent organizations in the oil and gas history, and it's my pleasure to speak about the importance of equity and how it positively impacts us for our professional growth. First, just like Richmond mentioned a minute ago, it's an elephant in the room that I am the first regional director to occupy this position, the first female regional director to occupy this position. And it's also no secret that the oil and gas industry is male dominated. So it can also be challenging for women to thrive in the oil and gas industry. But I stand before you today as a testament to the fact that women can excel in the oil and gas industry. But of course, I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here to talk about, to talk to all of us women that we do have a lot to offer the industry, and we should not let these gender biases to hold us back. We should always continue to aspire and to push ourselves forward. When we talk about equity, it's important because it means fairness and impartiality. It means meeting people where they are. It's giving people equal opportunity to succeed, regardless of their background or their identity. Equity is not the same as equality. I think that's always the thing that people get confused about. Equality means treating everybody the same, but equity means recognizing that everyone has different needs and provides people these different needs with what they need to succeed. Equity is crucial because it ensures that everyone has a fair chance to succeed, regardless of their gender or any of their other personal characteristics. Embracing equity means that we are committed to creating a level playing field for everyone. It means that we are willing to examine our own biases and take action to remove any barriers that may be preventing women from reaching our full potential. It means that we are willing to listen to the voices of those who have been marginalized and to take action to address their concerns. In the context of the oil and gas industry, embracing equity means that we are committed to promoting diversity and inclusivity. It means that we are willing to create a workplace culture that values the contributions of all employees, regardless of their gender and other personal characteristics. It means that we are willing to provide the training and support to employees who may be facing unique challenges in the workplace. It means we are training our employers of labor, even the people who employ, not just the employees, but also the employers, of both, to embrace both genders, but to also to call out biases where they exist. How can we embrace equity to help us grow professionally? For starters, it can help us attract and retain talented employees, volunteers, and co-workers. When people feel valued and respected in the workplace, they are more likely to stay and to contribute to the organization's success. Additionally, when we embrace equity, we open ourselves up to new ideas and perspectives, which can lead to more innovation, creativity, and can help us stay competitive in this ever-evolving industry. Lastly, if we embrace equity wholeheartedly, it will help us build a better world for future generations. We can create a workplace culture that is equitable and inclusive, and we are setting examples for others to follow. We are showing that it is possible to succeed in the industry while also treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is important because the next generation of SPE members, the next generation of STEM scientists and engineers, our children, our brothers, our sisters, our younger generations, they are looking to us for guidance and inspiration in this space. So I really urge us to embrace this equity, and let us commit to creating that workplace. We need to be the change that we need to see in the world so that people can reach their full potential. So I thank you, and I hand over to the moderators. I will be on standby and listening intently to the deliberations of the day. Over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our African Regional Director, Mrs. Ogogo Effiong. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Call out biases where you see them. And of course, one fact that I believe if we all take seriously, we will begin to treat this matter of equity very well is that if we continue to remind ourselves that as men, we have wives, especially we have daughters who we would want, to excel. We'll send them to schools around the world, within the country, and we want them to excel in their respective field. If we keep them in mind, then we will do well, in the workplace, in empowering women, encouraging women to excel as they continue to prove their brilliance and their competence. So thank you so much, Ogogo. We'd like to call her OG. I see the applause already dropping for you, the applause emoji. So yes, the people appreciate your opening and setting the tone for what we're here to do this morning. So from her, we're going to guest of honor and keynote presenter, who is also a panelist. So she's giving us a good chunk of our time this morning, and we do not take that for granted. Let me just touch base a little with her bio that I have here. If you have the event brochure, the digital event brochures, please consult the event brochure. You would see the bio of all of our speakers and panelists who will be talking to us here this morning into the afternoon. But however, let me just briefly tell us a little bit about the speaker that I'm about to bring on, a professor of foreign policy advisor at Fulbright scholar and author, and more. She is currently the Director of Office of the Community and Civic Engagement and Professor of Global Affairs and Politics at Farmingdale State College, FSC, State University of New York. At FSC, she's responsible for overseeing all institutional-wide initiatives that foster campus community collaboration by engaging the university's academic resources in the enrichment of civic and community life. As a faculty member, she teaches courses on cooperative politics, women in cooperative political development, imperialism, global politics, African politics, American. I could go on and on. But please join me in welcoming, again, joining from a different time zone, one who is selling Nigeria's brand indeed across the globe. Our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Yetunde Omide. Prof, good morning, ma'am. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, Prof. The stage is yours. Please take it from here.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank you once again for having me as your speaker today. I stand on existing protocols and would like to thank the chairman of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Engineer Obike Felix, the entire Women Lecture Series, Leadership Lecture Series Committee, and the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council for putting together a wonderful agenda to celebrate International Women's Day, but also to highlight the success stories as well of women in the field of STEM, particularly in the oil and gas sector. I'm going to probably take this viewpoint in both a practitioner-based way, but also in an academic way, and also start by laying the ground foundation of what does it look like to be in this field as a woman globally. Today, women only make up 28% of the workforce in science, technology, engineering, and math. And men vastly continue to still outweigh women majoring in STEM-related fields, even in tertiary education. The gender gaps are particularly high in some of the fastest growing and highest paid jobs of the future, like computer science, engineering, the wave of artificial intelligence. So the gender gap in STEM fields continues to see a great imbalance in male to female ratio globally. So there have been governments, corporations, nonprofits, institutions of education worldwide who have tried to mitigate this and tried to create pipelines to ensure that talented young women have access to these particular career. And also it starts at an earlier point. Engineering, of course, is the most heavily affected by the gender gap of all professionals in STEM field. And this is a global statistic that only 16.5% of engineers are women around the world. So as a professor of social sciences, though, and an institutional leader in a STEM-related tertiary education institution, we ourselves have also created pipeline to discuss some of these disadvantages that we also do face here in the US. So the process, when we think of equity, the first thing that comes to mind really is the process of being fair to both men and women. To ensure fairness, and measures must often be put into place to compensate for any historical or social disadvantage that prevent women in this instance from operating on a level playing field. Equity, we look at it as a mean, and equity, we also look at it as a result. One of the things of talking about equity, and especially equity in STEM-related fields, especially in engineering, is that I think as an academic at heart and as a researcher, we oftentimes want to go to the root cause as to why we don't see gender parity in this field. And in my opinion, I think it's important to start with what does the role institutions of education create in creating that pipeline from school to college, from preparedness into the fields of the workplace in the oil and gas sector. We know that notably at the primary school level, girls perform as well as or even better than boys globally, according to the reports of PISA and TIMSS on mathematics and science. However, between 3 and 7% of girls who attain higher education actually study STEM-related courses when they get there. That right there is an opportunity, not only for the sector, but an opportunity for countries to continue to be progressive to ensure that young women continue to see themselves in these STEM-related fields, that there's a pipeline that is created in institutions of education to provide many of these corporations with talented young women upon graduation, whether we have incubator hubs or innovation hubs. And I'm sure that has been an already ongoing project in Nigeria and throughout the world. There was a report recently released by the NETI that disclosed that, the 60 entities in the oil of glass industry that provided employment data, only provided employment data for a 2022 audit. Roughly around 18,000 employees were captured, out of which 15,000 were male, while only 4,000 were females. And oftentimes these numbers can either be inflated or deflated for different purposes or may not be 100% accurate, but these were the numbers provided for the audit. And what was said was that 18% of them were women, 8% of them were women who only held top-level employment in the industry. One of the things also about women having a seat around the table and shattering this global glass ceiling is that it's just not enough to have women in positions of employment in any sector. What is important is, do they have power? Do they have the ability to make decisions? Do they have the ability to move the needle for other women in their industry and in their sector? Are they in positions where they are able to champion the pipeline or create the pipeline of a free-flowing movement of women to ascend into hierarchical executive positions within the industry? The International Labor Organization has said more than half of professionals in the oil and gas industry will reach retirement age in the next decade, a situation which is said is posing a major threat in the industry. So these are things that we have to continue to look at as a country and as a continent. We have all of the wonderful resources in the world. I always say that Nigeria has the most innovative, the most brightest, the most creative individuals on the planet. And I am not biased, even though I'm Nigerian, but it's a given fact that no matter where they go throughout the world, even in the diaspora, they often attain great heights in their career aspirations. The idea is to ensure that regardless of your geographic location, that a young woman will continue to be exceptional and is able to excel in a field that we rarely see the rising to the level in which we want to see in that sector. Getting more young women into STEM is not only a matter of human rights, like many reports like to say, but of course it makes economic sense. On the continent of Africa, women make up about 49.7% of the population. So it is important that we see their impact in various sectors, especially in STEM, where they're lagging behind. We also have to make sure that STEM is critical and STEM is used in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and math is critical for increasing creativity, innovation, gender-sensitive perspective for products and productivity, and also ensuring that in a post-COVID-19 world, that we further prepare our women and our girls to ensure these levels of attainment. When we think of the STEM-related fields, these issues are not peculiar to Nigeria. These issues are not peculiar to Africa. It is a global phenomenon that women and girls still lag behind in this sector. But today, we also continue to herald and share some of the success stories that we have seen, the success stories of Nigerian women who continue and hopefully will rise to the ranks and continue to rise to the ranks, who will ensure that there's a pipeline that continues to be sustainable, that the best and the brightest continue to be fostered and maintained and sustained within the continent and within the country. We want to ensure that although we often complain of diaspora, we often complain of brain drain, right? That, Nigeria continues to have this, what we call Japa syndrome, and that those who are educated and those who have a level of exposure and have skill-based and education may leave for opportunities elsewhere outside of the country, especially in this field. We want to ensure that there's an environment that is created where people do stay, where their talents are harvested, and their minds and their collective efforts are respected and sustained in a country that needs it. And we want to also create an atmosphere and an environment where those who were maybe educated elsewhere who have attained great heights outside of the continent in the diaspora will actually come home and work for many of these sectors and add their own knowledge-based and skill-based and practitioner-based experience to continue the development of the country. So today is really what we call not only just an agenda or framework, we are essentially continuing to create a sustainable pipeline to ensure young girls and women are able to assume leadership positions, are able to come into employment and find themselves in a fast track and a gradually growing hierarchical positions and be able to be at the seat of decision-making. I always say that, yes, gender parity is extremely important. Gender equality is extremely important, especially in places where oftentimes tradition and culture and maybe religion may sometimes form a formidable barrier for women to excel. But one of the most important things is also being able to have not only a seat at the table, but a voice at the table. I am only just a few of Black professors at my institution. Even in institutions of education, we also do see that women, Black women, minority women, oftentimes are not what we call tenured in the rate that it should be. So across the board, across sectors, we oftentimes do see this. But like I said, and maybe because I'm Nigerian, I'm not biased, but even in the places where you don't see many women who look like me, some of the women that you will see are oftentimes Nigerian. And I happen to be one of them, representing the less than 10 out of thousands of professors in my institution. And I make sure that when I have a seat at the table, it's not just my visible presence that's there, but it's my voice that's being heard to ensure that my own thoughts, my own level of education, my own experience, my own agenda is also pushed forward. And it also creates a difference for those coming behind me. And I think many of the women who oftentimes find themselves as the not many in these positions continue to create what we call a sustainable pipeline, a way to ensure that more women continue to walk through the door because they are there. So as women, we also have what we call not only a social responsibility, we have a professional responsibility. And today highlights our social responsibility and professional responsibility to ensure that the Society of Petroleum Engineers continues to see the best and brightest women in their field, that they continue to create opportunities for more young women to enter into the field, and also to entice young women to enter into the field. This is not what we call, because we see that the levels of young women who graduate with STEM-related degrees are less than men. We also want to ensure that in institutions of education, they see women engineers who are in the field, that they come to the institutions of education, they come to recruit. You know, there are ways that we can create what we call strategy of leadership for women, strategy of leadership for women employment, strategies for leadership of women appointments and promotions. And I'm sure that that has already been put in place by your organization and has also been used as best practices for other oil companies to use as well, and to ensure more women are in the fields of engineering. Like I said before, engineering is the one that has hit the hardest with the least amounts of women in that field. And we always have to ask ourselves that question, how and why? And the whys provide us with opportunities and solutions. And although we may sometimes be disheartened at the fact that we're not, the numbers are not increasing fast enough, and we are really in the stage of what we call the digital divide, and in the stage where a lot of those who are employed are reaching the retirement age, making us to be more steadfast in our recruitment efforts. But I always say that where we may see an issue or where we may see a problem, always lies some form of a solution. and always lies some form of opportunity. We know that government must work hand in hand with our sectors to ensure that there are employment opportunities. We know that institutions of education must work hand in hand with corporations to ensure that there are employment opportunities. We know what the issues may be, whether it be in government, whether it be in institutions of education, whatever it may be. But where there is a will, there is a way. And I believe that the steadfastness of women in Nigeria and the ability for them to continue to rise in their giving field that we have seen progressively throughout the years is a benchmark and really a highlight for us to assess their success as well. So I am happy to speak to this issue today because, like I said before, it is not an issue that's peculiar to Nigeria. It is a global issue. But I think with the conversations and the dialogue that continues to be in place, with the strategies that have been put in place by various organizations, we will continue to build a pipeline of talented young women to enter into the field, to ensure and entice them that their role is needed, and to continue to make a culture shift as well. I always say that Nigeria should continue to be the leader in the continent that shows the way of how we handle gender parity, how we ensure that gender equality is at the forefront of our hiring practices, how we ensure that we are consciously hiring women because of their talent, because of their education, because of the skills that they bring to the table, and how we are oftentimes making sure that they also have a voice in policy decision-making areas. That's very, very critical and very, very important. Representation is everything, but being able to have the power to implement strategy is another thing. And so I know I don't want to go over my time, but I just want us to remember and to really still be proud of ourselves and to be proud of the progression that women in engineering has made, and to be proud that we are continuing to have dialogues and meetings and creating strategies that will increase the percentage of women in STEM overall and ensure that Nigeria is at the forefront of this. I think we have everything it takes. And I think that the new wave of culture of globalization will also push countries to focus more on how do we tap into that brain gain of the 50% of the population that is critical to the advancement of every economy. And it's literally critical to the advancement of the world. So I thank you for having me as your keynote speaker today. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to leave you with my remarks on gender parity and the role of women in STEM and the importance of creating pipelines, especially in institutions of education, so that we continue to have a sustainable movement and free flow of young women graduating at the college level into areas of STEM, but most particularly and specifically into the sector of oil and gas and also in engineering. And I know many of you that is a part of SPE serve as mentors for many young women and girls to encourage them to focus and stay steadfast in their studies and acquire the skills and training that is necessary so that when the opportunity for employment does come, not only are they prepared, not only are they well-trained, but they are confident in their abilities to not only be a part of an organization, but become a leader of an organization. Thank you so much for having me here today. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much, Professor Mide, and happy International Women's Day to you as well. Truly incisive the thoughts that you've shared with us here. Equity is both a mean and a result. And of course, you've advocated for equal opportunity to be given where competence is found, whether it be for a male or a female, but most importantly, women should be encouraged to take on STEM education. And when they are given the positions of leadership, should be allowed to lead because they have earned that spot and they can provide that leadership and should be giving the means to and space to do all that. So thank you so much. She's left us with a lot to chew on, but the panel has their work cut out for them, and they are also a panel of brilliant minds, leaders of the industry as well, great men and women who would come to give us their own take on the theme for today. And I'm sure they'll be touching base with some of the things that you have said. So thank you so much. And I see the attendees are thanking you. Awesome. They're appreciating you. Excellent. Different, words to qualify their appreciation for your talk this morning. So thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on swiftly from that keynote. We're going to take a very short ergonomic break. And you see, they say seating is the new smoking. You're going to hear me say that a lot this year. And that is because it's a fact. As a person, these days, when I sit for too long, I feel some kind of discomfort around my knee and legs. But before one would say, oh, maybe it's age. Now it's not. When you sit for too long, some of those things happen. So we're going to take that break for a very short time. I'll do it for like 2 minutes. So it's not the time to go grab that bowl of oatmeal or akamu that you've been wanting to touch since this meeting started. Hold on, we would have a bit of time for that. Let's just take 2-3 minutes of this break, this economic break, and I will be back. And once I return, Tumbasu Afolayo and her team of expert panelists will be ready to do justice to the theme of this event. I think it should be somewhere around 20 minutes after 10 a.m. I hope I'm right, because it's 3 a.m. my time right now. Okay, so we'll be back. We'll be back. Just take a moment or two, and I'll be back in the next 5 minutes. Actually, we're back in 5 minutes to get us going. So please don't be seated in this 5 minutes break. Please don't be seated. All right. Just get up, stretch, grab a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, if you like that, a bottle of water, a cup of water, whatever works for you. Let's just come back in 5 minutes time and continue. Don't log off. We're not going anywhere. Stay logged in, but just make sure you are up and about around your room, your office, wherever it is you're joining this meeting. Some of you have been seated since 8 a.m. for this meeting and for work, and then got into the meeting. So even if you're working at this time, tell them that the women lecture series of SPE says, get up and take a few steps around your decks, a few steps around your office. And I will be back in less than 4 minutes before I come back. Okay, less than 4 minutes before I come back to continue with the event. All right. We are ready to continue with our event. So if you're standing, it's okay now to take your seat. Let's take our seats and give our attention to the next segment of our event, And this time, as I said, we're going over now to the panel session. Strategic pipeline development and partnership for equitable professional advancement is the theme for these panel sessions. So is the theme for this panel session. Again, the theme is strategic pipeline development and partnership for equitable professional advancement. And let me quickly introduce members of the panel and the moderator to you. Of course, you've listened to her speak. Professor Yetunde Omide is on the panel. Let's not go on and on. You've already seen her. Also on the panel, we have the Commission Secretary and Legal Advisor, Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Mrs. Olayemi Ayanechi. Good morning, LS, and always good to see you. Welcome. Of course, we also have Mr. Olufemi Olalekan Ogunleye, the Deputy Managing Director, Nigeria Oil NG Limited. Warm welcome to you. Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari is also on the panel. Good morning. FNSE as the Board Chairman, BAT Advisory and Energy Company Nigeria Limited, a warm welcome to you. Please, can I see you turn on your video if I have called you? Frank, can we put them, do what we have agreed? Please, if I've called your name, kindly turn on your video, but leave your mic turned off. Okay, let me hear you now, Oga Ogunleye. Good morning. Please say something. Let's be sure we can hear you.
Good morning, Richard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Lovely, good to see you. Okay.
How are you doing today?
Very well, sir. Very well. Thank you. Okay. Can we hear from you, Madam Ayanechi? Good morning, LS.
Good morning, Richmond. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Fantastic. Okay. Let's hear from you, sir. Engineer Julari, FNSE. Mauga.
Richmond, good morning.
Good morning, boss.
Good morning to everybody. Great to be here.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Abimbola Olufure Wycliffe. Good morning, ma'am. Please say something.
Can you see me? Good morning, everyone.
Fantastic.
I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Great. Please, do I now have Mrs. Miriam Uwais on the call? She's a special advisor to the President on Social Investment, Office of the Vice President in the Presidency. Mrs. Miriam Uwais, MFR. Good morning, ma'am. Please say something if you're here now with us.
You said I should say something. Miriam Uwais. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, is she on the call now with us? Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Executive Director, External Affairs Sustainability of Seplat Energy PLC. Dr. C. Frank, please confirm she's here now. Okay, now, okay, I'm sure she will join us. Now onwards to our moderator, Senior Domain Expert and Product Owner, PetroScience Sphere, Share Global Solutions, Mrs. Tumbosun Afolayan. Good morning, moderator. This virtual stage is all yours from here on. You are ready. I know your team is ready. I know the stage is yours from here.
Good morning, everyone. Can you confirm that you can see me?
See you, we can. Hear you, we can. Take it away.
All righty. Good morning and welcome, everyone. And happy International Women's Day. You know, when we had the pre-connects, we mentioned a couple of things in the conversation. One of it was wrong, so I'm putting it out here before I introduce each of the distinguished panel.
we said the chicken had come home to roast, but I looked it up and then I realized that the chicken had come home to roast is not the right word to use. So I'm taking that back here, and I needed to, use that as an opening. Gentle ladies and men, I'm flipping the curve today. We will be having a very distinguished panel conversation around equity, pipeline development, strategic partnership for our women advancements. I'm going to ask Amina to please, or maybe the handler, if you please share the brochure so that we have, when I introduce each of the panelists, everyone can read this amazing testimonial and profile that I have to read. Can we have that being shared on the screen, please?
I'm sure Frank is doing something about it. Is Frank that is handling it? Frank, I'm sure you've read her appeal to you, so please go ahead and do as. But you can carry on. I'm sure he will do that.
Okay, great.
Okay, Tumboso, if you're there, they're ready for you now. So just start and they will follow up with the one that you have, the one that you are reading rather. Tumboso?
Oh dear, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, but we're not seeing you anymore. Okay, you're back on. We can see and hear you. Go ahead. Right. So Frank is ready for you. Once you begin, he will project what you're reading.
Oh, okay. For some strange reasons, I lost connection. My apologies on that. So we'll start again. And I'm just going to go ahead in no particular order to introduce our very distinguished panelists. The first person on my list is Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. Dr. Chioma is the Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Seplat Energy PLC, our sponsors for today. She's a multi-skilled professional with almost 30 years of experience across various sectors. She began her career in the academia as a lecturer at the Lagos State University. And over the years, she has held key positions in corporate and public affairs, communications, product and service management, and human resource management. She's going to be speaking to us today beyond the energy industry. She's also going to be bearing expertise across the academia and the various sectors that she has worked on. And the conversation will go definitely across how she has, as a person, been influenced by the movement of equity, women advancement, and pipeline and strategic development for the female gender in the oil industry where she now belongs to. Okay, next person on my list is Mrs. Mariam Uwais. If we can give a virtual clap to each of our panelists as they are introduced, that would be really great. They can see that, and that will put some encouragement to it. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So Mrs. Mariam Uwais, she is the special advisor to the President on social investments, office of the vice president in the presidency. She's a legal practitioner and a human rights activist. If there's any conversation we want to hear today, is the one really channeled at advocacy, because there is one thing to, be pursuing public policy from a gender lens. There is another thing to be able to have the right conversation. And this is where the human rights activism comes in. She is also a state counsel with the Kano State Ministry of Justice. She has worked across the Nigerian law reform. Madam, we are going to be interested in the social policy in the Nigerian space for the female child. She's worked with the Central Bank of Nigeria, and she also brings a private legal practice into this conversation. Of course, Mrs. Weiss founded the Isa Wali Empowerment Initiative in Kano State, which is an NGO aimed to uplift the conditions of women and children in education, healthcare, access to justice, and empowerment. And as special advisor to the President on Social Investment, she has pioneered the supervision of federal government's social investment programs. And this she did between the year 2015 and 2019. Mrs. Miriam has been honored as the public social entrepreneur by the Schwab Foundation, which is an affiliate of the World Economic Forum in Geneva, and she works directly with the states from the office of the vice president. And the conversation will be all that will be channeled today. So thank you so much and welcome. Please a round of applause for Mrs. Weiss as she joins us. We have one of our male allies. There will be no conversation on this table, and we must give SPE the credits, because over the years, we have seen that while women definitely need to be at the center of the conversation, we must also build and continue to empower our allies. And the first person on my list is Mr. Olufemi Olalekan Ogunleye. He is the deputy, excuse me, he is the deputy managing director, Nigeria NLNG Limited. But beyond that, Mr. Lekan is committed to the women agenda. And while not reading definitely all of his profile, I'd just like to mention here that he is a lawyer in the real life, but is bringing all of the advocacy conversation as well into this space. But again, reiterating the fact that I'm talking about advocacy, because equity actually needs advocates. And we have brought Mr. Lekan, Mr. Ogunleye here to ensure that within the NLNG where he sits and outside of the sphere he also influences, there is the state of being our ally and being our advocate. So please a round of applause for Mr. Ogunleye, please. Great. The second male ally we have on this panel is Mr. Engineer Bayo Ojulari. I'm going to share a short story here before I introduce him. When Engineer Ojulari was going to leave Shell, I was the one that moderated his exit party. So it was very nostalgic for me to be here and see him sitting in the panel again. But beyond that, and this is a story that I've shared a lot of time, when we were working in Warri together, and I was struggling with being a mom whose husband was down in another location, we were always meeting at the airport every time, and he was always carrying my bag. He was every time carrying the bag. So thank you so much for that. But here, you are going to expand this conversation because you have a very interesting story to tell. Your successor is a woman, the first woman in the energy industry in Nigeria to hold the position you held. We would be interested in how you championed that, your career in Shell, at least I can testify to that, but the ones that we are not oblivious to, the one that is not, exposed to us, how you continue to advocate for women, how you continue to hold stir for women in the industry. And now that you are working not in the private sector of it, what are you going to continue doing to ensure that this strive continues? Yep. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Engineer Bayo Ojulari. We also have Mrs. Olayemi Anayechi. Mrs. Olayemi is a Commission Secretary and Legal Advisor, Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. She holds a master's degree in corporate and commercial law from Wolfson College. Another advocacy conversation on this table. She's a widely respected lawyer, and her expertise cuts across corporate, finance, and energy law. She's been recognized by Who is Who in Legal 500, IFLR 1000, Chambers and Partners as one of the leading corporate, financial, and energy lawyers in Nigeria. She's also recognized as one of the 100 leading women in Nigeria by the Business Day, the Legal Business, Outstanding Women in Business Law, and several others. She writes and speaks to various issues, and she recently co-authored 2 chapters of the Global Law and Business 2019 edition, something termed the Encyclopedia of Upstream Oil and Gas. So please, a warm welcome to Mrs. Olayemi Anayechi. And last but not the least, on this distinguished panel, we have Mrs. Abimbola Olufore Wycliffe. She is the Head International and Technology Promotion Office, UNIDO in Nigeria. She is ex-Shell, so I guess it's important to reiterate that fact. So there are 3 ex-Shell Nigeria on this panel. But in her current role as Head of Investment and Technology Promotion in Nigeria, she covers a few other African countries. She is responsible for coordinating, integrating, and managing day-to-day operations, emanating from a 6-year work plan focused on building investments. She's bringing the digital innovation from the female inclusion perspective into this conversation. Through her desk, or maybe prior to joining the United Nations, she has worked as a special aide to the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment for Nigeria. She has helped to develop funding, to secure funding for technology innovation, digital inclusion, again, digital equity. She's worked on several national policy appraisals and developments, and she will be sharing with us today extensively what the women can leverage on and what the female gender lens should, in terms of impact, should also be considering at this time. So that's it in terms of introducing my panelists, our panelists for today, our guest speaker. I see her. She's going to champion this conversation because when she was speaking, she mentioned something that struck me, and it was around if women can actually stand up together, then there is much more to be achieved. So this is not a conversation for just today, it is a forever conversation. How can we continue to bridge the gap of advocacy, building our leadership, but importantly, advancing through the pipeline? Because we can build our leadership and not advance, and we can continue to push pipeline and not get to shattering the gas ceiling, as we have come to use this time so loosely. So it's on that note, I would like to open up the conversation, and please ask that for the first round, while you have your questions in, when they speak, please put it on the Q&A box. We'll pick it from there. If you want to have some interactions, please put it in the chat box. If you have specific questions to specific member of the panel, please put their name in front or at the back of the question, so it's easy for us to, and it's also easy for them to read the question ahead of answering. So that's just to set some ground rules on how we would take questions for this session. So in opening, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Miriam Uwais. Please share from your personal perspective, what our topic means to you, and any conversation you would like to lay on that. Over to you, madam. Yeah, muted, ma'am, so we can't hear you. I'm trying to see if I can unmute you from here. Let me give that a try, please. I'm unable to.
I found it.
Oh, great. All right.
I've done it right. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
Okay. So, good morning, distinguished participants, the SPE African Regional Director, Mrs. Ogogo Effiong, SPE, BOT led by Engineer Emeka, SPE Nigeria Council led by Engineer Felix Obike, and of course, my colleagues here on the panel, and everyone. It is, of course, a great delight for me to be a part of this very important and critical conversation, especially because there have been peculiar problems, I think, arising from our own backgrounds and our experiences. And I think this is why it is important to distinguish between equality and equity. Many of us come with our backgrounds and our experiences, which do not create a level playing ground for all of us. So talking about equality immediately sends the signal that things will not be the same for everyone. But when we talk about equity, we look at fairness, we look at the person's backgrounds, and we try to meet that person at a place where they're coming from. We can support that person, and we can ensure that that person is able to achieve their full potential, basically because we have begun to work from a place of need. Our backgrounds in history and experiences, as I said, of course, contribute to where we find ourselves. And I think it's important, especially in a sector like the energy sector. And I must admit, I'm not very familiar with the energy sector. But just from where I sit, I see the social issues that actually impact on a woman's growth. We have a lot of issues in Africa and in Nigeria relating to why we have these challenges of not being able to achieve and do our best. And I think it's about time that we begin to recognize and acknowledge that there are things that can be done to support women, because not being able to support them creates a problem for the community, for the organization, for the country, and we won't be able to do our best as a country. As it is, we have only 24% in African parliaments. Right now, the elections are going on. So far, I think we only have 5 elected senators. We have over 40% of African female parliamentarians that have admitted to have been sexually harassed at the workplace. The combined wealth of the 22 most wealthy men is more than all the women's wealth in Africa. We have only one African country where we have 50% or more women in parliament, and that is Rwanda. We have over 240 million women in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, who live in poverty. We spend most of our time in Africa, a lot of our women, just even going to fetch water. You know, these are issues that we do not think may impact on growth, but they really do, because it takes away time that we could be doing something really positive and productive in our communities. We have over 130 million child brides in Africa. This means they don't have the agents to express themselves. They're not able to earn for themselves. They have all kinds of health challenges and all kinds of issues that impact on their ability to be able to even ensure that their children have a better outcomes in life. They're not able to earn, they're not able to become productive, they're not able to express themselves. There's so many things that we need to look at, and we need to target things like child marriage. 1 in 10 girls miss or drop out of school. 1 in 37 women in Africa die during pregnancy. 2/3 of maternal deaths in the world occur in sub-Saharan Africa. I think it's enough. These are very dismal statistics, but why I'm hopeful is we find more and more organizations like yours that are enlightened and very progressive are taking an interest in ensuring that women are able to grow and become productive. And I believe this is one of the fora in which we can nail some of the issues that have bedeviled progress. It's impossible to not find a woman in Nigeria working to support her family, irrespective of the stage or the category she belongs in. She may be a housewife, she may be she could be a trader, she could be working in the energy sector, she could just be living at home and trying to make ends meet, doing whatever she can, including getting her children out to do hawking or in the farm. It's very important that we recognize how resilient and how strong women are and how focused they are on ensuring that their families are supported to do the best that they can. So, I mean, even though women began entering the workforce maybe late in the 50s or early in the 60s, it's important to acknowledge that every woman, even from the home, has been supporting other people, including men and maybe their own relatives, their women. We have a lot of house help to actually perform excellently in the house, in the workforce. So the greatest struggle I find personally is balancing the responsibilities of family with employment. And you find, I mean, even the most exposed women in the most developed countries struggle with how they are able to balance that. I remember, finding it a relief going into my children's school, in primary school, and being told, I mean, having been someone that my son had been naughty, and going in and finding women who are housewives also being someone. And it was a relief to me that it wasn't because I was at work. In my mind, I was just saying to myself, that it's not my fault. It's not because there are other women who have devoted their times. There are all kinds of things that go through our minds as women in the workforce. And we just need to keep pushing the boundaries and ensuring that we don't let anything give because we're trying to do our best in the spaces that we find ourselves. There's the issues of career progress, there's stress at work, there's...
Madam, let me hold you on that because
yes.
I want to go around each of the panel. My apologies, but you've touched on something that is quite worrisome, but here we are going to focus on the solution. Okay. And I because the statistics you painted were really gory to me listening to. I mean, 1 in 37 women die. That's very scary. But we will come back to you after we go around each of the the panelists give their brief opening and then layer on their opening when we go around the questions. But thank you very much for that opening. We see the problem. You have highlighted them once again, and we would hear on this panel tackle solutions, tangible means that we can bring those down. So thank you very much, ma'am, for that opening.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call at this point, Abimbola, please, your opening.
Good morning, everybody. And I would like to courteously borrow from the courtesies established by Mrs. Uwais so that I don't have to go through all the names. And I'm happy to be here and very honored to be invited to this event. It's good to see a lot of my former colleagues as well as people in the energy ecosystem sending the same invitation to me and applauding me for being on this. And for everybody that is listening in the audience, happy International Women's Day to all the women and the men that are supporting women every day to reduce the biases and the boundaries that we meet. So on this, I looked at the topic in terms of achieving equitable professional advancements through diversity and inclusion. And I would like to touch on the importance of workplace culture that needs to be established and upheld. In a lot of the organizations that I've been in, I've been very lucky to have organizations where the workplace culture actually enabled women to thrive. To Bosun Ogogo, we can attest to Mr. Ojulari's leadership. And it takes good leadership for us to see these kind of dynamics, especially when you're in a developing country where majority of our biases are actually traditional and religious, and having to actually balance, the advancement of women achieving, equity. I like how Ogogo put it that equity is not the same thing as equality, and that is true. So addressing all these today, I'm keen to hear everybody's contribution. I'm also keen to see what we'll be talking on the lines of professional development opportunities for women and creating the opportunities not only for work advancement, but also for visibility. I like Dr. Omede's submission on it's not just to, get to the table, we should be able to speak as well. So it's not just the seat, but it has to come with, enabling women to have a voice and be partakers in decision-making. And we also have to look at it from the aspect of establishing accountability. We have to be accountable, first of all, to ourselves as women to ensure that the barriers are, non-stoppers or they are not showstoppers for us. And we also need men to be accountable, especially in ensuring that the environment is conducive for women to thrive. One of the things I know that we talk about a lot of times in terms of International Women's Day and celebrating women is we focus on, a few things that are major for women, and in no way is anything I'm about to say underrate, maternity leaves and everything, because a lot of times, when we look at what has happened over the years in International Women's Day, we advocate for better maternity leave and stuff like that. But we also have to start sitting down to be realistic in the metrics that we're using to measure what exactly and advancing women is and what equity is. One of the things that I give as an example is consider a young girl in school at the age of 13 or from the age of 13, she's in secondary school and probably up to university for the next 10 years of her life, and probably you add another 40 years of her career. Every month she's going to have a period. We all understand, and probably some people don't even understand what it takes to have a period. There's dysmenorrhea, which is the pain. There's hormonal, imbalance, and a lot of things that women have to deal with. You approach a woman during her period and she's not the same person, right? And a lot of expectations from women is who you are at home should be different from who you are at work. One of the dividends of COVID has been, embracing collaborative work, which is virtual working and remote working. which we used to think of in terms of how do we make help women, especially women that have just given birth. You know, how do we help them to integrate back into work and everything? But I want us to look at it in a more holistic manner, looking at the woman in totality, not just the woman as a staff that has a child, but the woman as a staff that every month goes through something that a lot of people do not have an understanding of, and encouraging that woman, a woman that, you know, when you has to cater for her kids for at least 18 years of her career life. And, you know, so we're not just looking at it in pockets of maternity leave and, you know, all these other issues, but in totality, and ensuring that the career plans that we have for these women, their inclusion and the visibility that we're creating for them is all encompassing. We also need to look at it from a position of the pipeline being sector agnostic and also skill agnostic, because with women, one thing I tell women is by the time you are a certain age, from about 35, you just discover that you are a master of all. You have so many skills that are transferable, from managing a home and, you know, taking care of children to managing, you know, a sorority or a group of friends, and just the general dynamics. And then for African women, it's even different and it's more advanced, because you have to manage, you know, these through, you know, scaling so many different hurdles that are not even the reality for a lot of people, you know, in the global space. So I want us to see, you know, us talk about this more. And as I said earlier, I'm really honored to be a part of this discourse, to be a part of, to have to listen to Dr. Yetunde Omede, my dear boss that's created a lot of opportunities for me, even when those opportunities seemed impossible. Engineer Bayo Ojulari, Mrs. Uwais, I appreciate the work that you've been doing on social investment, and I'm very aware of your work a lot, especially when I was in Abuja. And every other person that is a part of this, I applaud the, I'll call it pipeline agnostic career of Madam, I need to get her name, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. And I want us to use those types of careers, you know, going from academia to being, you know, external affairs and managing, you know, looking at sustainability for CEPLAT, those kind of career that has transcended all sorts of barriers as exemplary and pragmatic career paths and pipelines that women can pursue today. Thank you very much. And I look forward to more of this discussion.
Right. Thank you, Bimbo. I was seeing that you were catching my cues when I started to smile. That's okay. We should wrap up here. But thank you. And just to layer on what you really said to us, traditional biases. But then you mentioned specific biases that men are maybe would be unable to relate with when you talked about what the woman herself really go through. So in as much as we want to be embracing our feminism, we also want to stay with the feminism, because the industry, especially in our own case, tend to, you know, probably attract more women to masculinity. You know, you have to go to the field, you have to do in a certain way, but you are asking and advocating for the openness to women being women and women embracing even their own being womanhood at that. So I think that's a very resounding point you have made, and we will be discussing it further when we get into the conversation. So the next person on my list for the opening will be Engineer Bayo Ojulari. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, Subazu, please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. Again, thank you for this privilege to be here. Really exciting place to be. Thanks for the opportunity. So congratulations to the SPE family, the regional director, the council chair, and all the members of SPE. And thanks. Also, special thanks again to Professor Yetunde for the exciting opening and all the prior discussions. So I will say that I spent most of my career in Shell, mostly, but worked in, like I would say, at least 3 regions part in the US, part in Europe, where I spent some time doing a lot of stuff on inclusion of non-Anglo-Dutch. I also spent some of my career in the Middle East and also in Nigeria. And when I was reflecting yesterday after the chat we had Yetunde and the team, it struck me that there's something that I've been very, very fortunate. And I think it's very important to keep this perspective as we go into the conversations around, you know, the equity. That my own career was made by two great women. And I'm not sure Yetunde, I don't know whether we've had those conversations before or with others, but I just reflecting yesterday. So, and I was just the first woman that really, really made and shaped my career when I was about 4.5 years into the company was in the Netherlands. She was a Dutch woman that sort of after like 1.5 years of those early days spoke with me, inspired me, but also told me that I had an opportunity to, you know, to do very well. And not only did she do that, by the time I completed my assignment, she passed on a very commendable feedback to the management of in-country leaders of what I did. That put me on a fast track. It puts me to start facing the challenges of leadership at a very, very early stage, because everybody starts wondering, oh, who is he? What can he do? And I'll come back to why this is critical. Then the second woman that really impacted my career was 15 years later. And that also propelled me into the first senior management job and also gave me that opportunity. So I think when we talk about this equity, and we have to look at it from the perspective of the exemplary leadership. And I like what, you know, Professor Yetunde said around some of the successes we need to celebrate. One of those successes is myself, where I see that those who made the strategic impact on my career were women. Women not only giving birth to men, not only taking care of men as they grow, and as we've heard, but also actually shaping the career of men. That was what struck me yesterday. The other thing that I reflected on as part of my own learning, and what really woke me up around this issue of, you know, equity, issue of, the gender balance, was when I was in the Middle East. I was a little blind to gender, to be honest. And I then promoted an engineering lady that was really, really good, back to issue of culture, into a supervisory role. And 2 of the men resigned from the company, and one insisted that it has to be transferred. I had no clue what has happened. I didn't know what I did wrong until I was summoned by the managing director of the company to come and explain myself. And I was wondering, what have I done wrong? You know? So, but that was when I got into the real consciousness and deeper appreciation of the challenge or the imbalance that existed in the workplace. It didn't strike me that much until then. And I realized I needed to pay a lot more attention, and I needed to do more in terms of being conscious and being deliberate, and also managing how I do what I do when it comes to issue of gender balance. And the last comment I'd like to make about myself here is in terms of, again, talking about these successes, is I'm also one of those very, very lucky men that when I reflected again last 2 days around, you know, some of the successes that propelled me to the most senior leadership of the of Shell in Nigeria, very, very privileged position, probably less than 2% make it to those levels. I look at all the key steps, all the successes I had through my career. And I realized that aside from these 2 women I mentioned that made interventions in my career, and changed the trajectory of my career. When I look at all the projects I did, all the assignments I had, and all the successes that I got feedback on that were good, I realized more than 60% of those were in collaboration with women colleagues or other staff. And my leadership team I've enjoyed in my last almost, let me say, 15 years in Shell, I've enjoyed a leadership team of not less than 30% of women. In my last job, 50%. So this is me. Anywhere you guys go, please remember that I'm a celebrity in this respect, made by women in my career. So there were three things I thought about when I then started to think, okay, what does this all tell me, and how will this impact? Back to your comment around solutions, and I know we're going to deepen that, but I'll just mention the top three things that went through my mind. One is, whether you're a man or a woman in a workplace, you need to be thinking in three dimensions if you really want to drive this agenda. You need to be thinking in the dimension of the top leaders of the organization. I'll call them it could be your own supervisor, it could be the management of the organization, it could be the directors of the organizations. How are you influencing and how are you relating with them to transform and to ensure that women get their rightful identity, their rightful contribution, and they get the rightful support? That's one dimension. The second dimension I realized that helped me in my career when it comes to the issue of ensuring equity and balance is your peers. How do I network with my peers throughout my career? What do I relate to them with? How do I interact with them? How do I advance the cause of women? And the third part are what I'll call, for the lack of a better word, my subordinate, people that are under my own team, working in my team, that report into me. These are the three dimensions, and the three dimensions have slightly different characteristics and different orientation for success. The top dimension around superiors and supervisors, I call it about biting the bullet and taking the risk with women very early in their career. And you cannot wait until everybody is 100%. You have to take the risk. You have to put people in those uncomfortable positions and let them learn by doing. The second thing I found that it's very, very important to succeed with respect to this dimension of senior leadership is about putting our best foot forward. Sometimes I also notice sometimes people believe that, oh, well, you know what, let everybody go. Not everybody can fit into a door at a time. What we want is a seat at the table. Once you have the first woman on the table, the dynamics changes. But if the first woman you are pushing to the table is not the best among the lot, then you have shortchanged yourself. So it's very, very important to put the best foot forward first, and then the next will come, and then the next will come. And I say supporting the women in leadership role, making sure that the mentorship is there, and that's one of the things that I found very important. So dealing with the leadership of the organization, those were the things I reflected on very quick. Then when it comes to my peers, I realized that what is most impactful is leading by example. Ensuring representation, that I put in the female in those roles, I negotiate with them, I work with them to create space by making some sacrifices sometimes. I've had cases where I've had to put people, offer ladies on assignment where I still have to pay their salaries, I still have to take care of all their responsibilities, but they have opportunities to have assignments in other locations where I pay, just to give them that opportunity. And also supporting women beyond own departments. Let them have exposures very, very early as well. You need to be able to partner with your peers to be able to allow your women under your own, that you are responsible for, whether you're a woman or you're a man, to be able to have that cross party. And the last bit, which I will talk about and then give you back the mic, is what I call the people in my team. Some say my subordinates or people working in my team. What was it that really, really made the difference for me? It's listening listening and listening. Every time I listen and spend time, I learn so much. It shows me what I can do to help. At some point, because of that, desire to listen, you then begin to learn a lot on how you can influence and how you can help shape. It's also about coaching, sharing my own experiences, my failures in particular. Sometimes a lot of people think it's just talking about successes that makes you to be vulnerable. What I found very, very impactful in my interactions in terms of advancing women is around being authentic, telling them about my failures as well as my successes. But when you start sharing your failures, you get a lot of collaborations, a lot of listeners say, yeah, okay, so you actually failed too. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, it's not a problem. And then the other thing I saw is the challenge. Tough conversation, stretch assignment, and behavioral adjustment. Sometimes you need to look into those people and tell them the truth. It may be uncomfortable in the first time, but the second time you find out that people start to really trust you and believe in you. So, and the last but not the least for me is around providing personal support for the flexibility of women, not organization. The organization have policies and that has a place. But whether you're a man or woman, you need to go the extra mile to provide the flexibility within your own discretion to the people that are working in your team. And those are some of the things that I realized really helped me to ensure that I enjoyed what everybody is asking for at least the last 15 years, where about 60% of my contribution was from women. So I hand back to you. Tubason.
Thank you very much, sir. There's a statement that struck me as interesting when you, and I want to take you up on that. You mentioned the word taking the risk, and I'm sure it's not taking the risk. I know that it's not a risk to put a woman up there. So the context in which you shared it, yes, agreeable so, but when we talk about placing men or advancing men, we don't talk about it from a risk perspective. So on the panel conversation here, while we recognize that women, because of thus far situation, we see ourselves sometimes as risk, we are moving away from that. We are having a mindset shift. So we are not risk, it's just to provide the opportunity. But I also like when you say put the best foot forward, because then the conversation gets easier. Just to recap on the 3 important areas you said we should look at about our leaders, our peers, listening to learn, advocating and helping our leaders succeed, and sharing our authentic story with our subordinates to ensure collaboration.
Tubason, I need to maybe correct one thing very quickly. When I talk about risk, it's not unique to women. We take a lot of risk with men. So it's about when people are not fully ready, you give them the opportunity to get that exposure. So that risk applies to men and women. And it's not in the context of women being risk. Just to correct that impression, if that's what I created, my apologies.
Yeah, so I knew that you meant differently, and I didn't want us to leave this conversation without, getting the right perspective. So thank you so much for that clarity. I will go on now to call on Mr. Mrs. Sorry about that, Olayemi Ayanechi. It's over to you now to give your opening remark, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Tubason. I would like to stand on existing protocol and to thank the SPE, the council, for organizing this meeting, and all the colleagues and the panelists that have spoken. I have personally taken a lot away from the conversation today, and I do that even in my daily living with my colleagues, I would also imbibe some of those culture. I'm personally very honored to be here today. And I especially like the theme of this year's International Women's Day, because it speaks to equity. And I see that equity focuses on our differences. So we've always spoken about equality, treating people the same. But it's significant that this year says, you know what, it's not just about treating people the same, it's about treating people based on where they are, who they are, and making adjustments to these imbalances. And for me, I think it's critical for women. And to just give a bit of a background, a friend of mine who was a man just told me 2 days ago, and he said, Yemi, you should have come into this world as a man. If you had, you'll be richer than Dangote. And I think he said that because when he sees just how much effort I put into everything that I do, and then he looks at where I am. So maybe people see that I'm a success. But the question for me is, if I had been a man and had done so much, would I be in the same place? And I noted that Mrs. Uwais mentioned a bit earlier that when you take the wealth of maybe 20 men or so, it is larger than the wealth of every woman in Africa. And now that, for me, that's quite instrumental. So we have a few women that we are grateful, we're thankful. We see a few women that have achieved, that are somewhere. But the question we need to ask is, just how much effort have they put there to be where they are? Most of us have had to do 10 times what our male colleagues do. Most of us have had to struggle, put everything on the line. And I think achieving equity should recognize that, when you say treat women as equal, for instance, we need to go a little bit further and realize that women work so hard and they strive so much. But I think for the 1% or so of us that have succeeded, we need to be thankful. Today, I want to go a bit lower and then look at the people that are not so lucky, the people that are not so gifted, people that are not so brilliant. Because we see men at every cadre of life. And I dare say, not all men that have achieved are star quality. There are men that are not necessarily star quality and they've done so much. But you also heard Mr. Ojulari mention that for women, we need to put this best foot forward. I reckon that applies to everyone, men or women. But for women, it's a bit more significant because before a woman can actually get to that level, to break that barrier, she must be somewhat exceptional. So what happens to the 99% of us that are maybe just average? Because we see average men succeed. How do we then go to the level of the women that are not anywhere exceptional? They're just average. How do we ensure that they too get the same opportunities as their peers? And thinking about it today, it took me to something that happened to my son several years ago. He had just entered secondary school and he had come with a result and I saw 50, 60. I'm a bit of a tiger mom. So I said, sorry, my son is an exceptional student. He doesn't get 50 and he doesn't get 60. So there I marched to the school. I said, sorry, my son has been in school. This is the first time my son is getting a 50 and 60. You need to explain to me why. So the teacher looked at the marks. We then realized that a lot of his scores had not been added, a lot of them. By the time they added all those scores, it came to a 90-something. Of course, that was the last year I did in that school. But what was significant for me was there must be a lot of students that are in that same situation. But maybe through the course of their lives, they haven't been as lucky as my son that was exceptional. And when they get their stop pass, their parents just look at it and say, oh, there you go again. You haven't been working, you're serious. However, it is the error of a teacher. And I see that our women are placed in that spot even when they were young. From when they were little, they come from places where they've been told, you're a woman, don't do that. You can't achieve that. You can't survive in that. And that just impacts on who they are, impacts on their self-esteem, impacts on what they think they can do. I was lucky. I grew up in a gender agnostic family. I went to an all-girls school. So I never learned to compete with men until I entered the workforce. And when I got there, I was shocked. Until I started working, I didn't understand there was anything called gender disparity. Because all my life, I've been told I can do whatever it is I wanted to do. And so for me, when we are talking about all these things, I think we need to take it a bit further down because characters are built. Human beings are built at a very, very fundamental age. By the time women come to the workforce, they've already been told that they are not good enough. They've already imbibed that culture that they may not be able to meet the standards of men. All through my career, I'm working with women. We're in a committee. And I just noticed that the women just naturally defer to men. I don't defer to men. I never did. I told you, I grew up in a world where I could say whatever it was I needed to say. But a lot of women just feel that they need to let men take the lead, Sometimes even when they are the superior and the man is the subordinate, because men have been taught to be strong, to charge. And I think even as we're having this conversation, we need to find a way to take it downwards to the grassroots, to the children, the girls in the classes, in the classrooms, because before they became workers, they were students first, they were children first. And we need to find a way to build their character, to understand that women can be, that they are good enough, that they are not inferior, they are not insubordinate. Of course, I will share my thoughts about the workforce as we continue this conversation. I just wanted to mention that it may be more than just the workplace. It may have to go to the homes, to the primary schools, to the playground, where women are being acculturated to behave in a certain way and being made to feel that they are not enough. So I look forward to, discussing these topics and sharing additional issues as we go on. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Olayemi. Building character of resilience, starting from the home fronts across all sectors, but importantly, encouraging the family as well to come to this point of there is a disparity and you must equip the female in your home to be ready for what may be in the workforce, like you mentioned in your case. Thank you for your submissions. We will go to Mr. Ogunleye now for his opening. Then we'll come back to Dr. Nwachukwu, our sponsor of the day, of course, and then we'll go into our question section. If now you have questions, please use the Q&A box. We will be taking it. And if you want to just interact, use the chat box space. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Tubosun. Tubosun, can you kindly confirm you can hear me, please?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Although I'm sitting down, permit me to also stand on existing protocol and to specifically appreciate the SP Nigerian Council, especially the chairman, Felix Obike. Thank the organizers of the Women Leadership Lecture Series, Amina and her team, including Franklin, everyone. Fantastic event, fantastic day. It's a privilege to be here, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's important that while we celebrate women, what women have accomplished, not just in the energy sector, but world over for centuries, how women have carried society for centuries, that we don't make this a periodic thing, something we do mechanically, just go through this motion and we take it off just to feel good about ourselves. It's important that we leverage on events of this nature to recommit ourselves to the quest for gender parity. In Nigeria LNG, and I present the appreciation, the deepest appreciation of the Nigeria LNG leadership, especially Philip Mishebilia, who is a lifelong committed advocate of gender parity. We see gender parity in Nigeria LNG as a productivity and business sustainability issue. So it's not something to be joked about. It's not something to approach in a rather mechanical way. And so we have an all of enterprise approach, and we build culture, systems, policies and procedures around it. We have a unit dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have a focal person. I've been privileged to be the sponsor of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Nigeria LNG for over a year now. We also have robust stakeholder involvement and participation, including an association we call Nigeria LNG Women Initiative network, NWIN, which is very active and very involved. So it's an all of enterprise approach. While celebrating women today, it's important also that we recognize the progress that has been made. There is a 2021 IFC Nigerian Stock Exchange report on gender equality in the Nigerian private sector that confirms that over 20% of women in executive level, there are over 20% of women at executive level, as against 17% of the global average, and that we currently have about 23% of women at board level, which is close to the 25% global average. Although this assessment, the data set is financial industry and manufacturing industry centric, in the energy sector, clearly a lot of work needs to be done, and everyone must be committed to this quest. Just on a private note, while appreciating and recognizing the team for the International Women's Day Embracing Equity, it's sad that notwithstanding the great strides of women centuries over, we're still nudging folks to embrace equity. I realize that I'm exceptionally fortunate. I was brought up by very strong women, surrounded by strong women, with generations of strong women. I grew up comfortable with women with voices. I'm surrounded by women who are comfortable with their voices and are not even, don't have to be forward-leaning about their voices. And in my family, if there was an adjustment for equity, I think unanimously the decision will be that I'm the one that needs to be accommodated and carried along. So it's a good place to be, but the workplace, the story is still different. It's still a journey, and there's a lot to be done. And we must all rise up to this task and be intentional about it. And that is why I commend the focus on strategic pipeline development and partnership for equitable professional advancement. Given that equitable professional development has to be systemic, it's got to be a comprehensive approach. We need to be intentional about female talent development. We need to track progress. So in Nigeria LNG, for instance, this year, we have published our DE&I targets, which is comprehensive. We're tracking it, we're monitoring it. So you have to actually track and monitor progress. We have our diversity, equity, and inclusion champions. They have their 2023 objectives and tasks. It's already circulated. We're tracking progress. One of our objectives this year is to multiply the number of male advocates, male champions. For us as an enterprise, we are clear that diversity and equity is not just a female issue. It's a human issue. It's a productivity issue. And so more males are coming to the fore, and we're pushing the agenda forward based on common ownership and joint obligation. And we think that's the way to go. The aspect that fascinates me as an individual is just how we work together to expand the frontiers of equity and diversity. How we need to continue to push the business case, highlighting the business imperatives, how we need to continue to highlight the benefits of diversity of thought, the talents and great gifts that our female colleagues bring to the table. And so it's not just a gesture, it's not about accommodation. it's a productivity issue. It's a talent harvesting, talent management issue. In Nigeria LNG, we are increasingly seeing that women are taking leadership position on issues such as clean energy. And we think that these are new frontiers that women need to dominate. We know that comparatively, women suffer more from the adverse consequence of poor energy choices, especially in our climate. People cooking with firewood, spend all days with kerosene stoves and all the attendant health consequences. And so we think these are areas that clean energy is obviously an area that we continue to see, and we want to encourage more female leadership. Breaking of biases, especially unconscious biases, cultural biases. We need to work together and make significant progress in all these areas. Ultimately, my aspiration and hope and commitment is that from 5 to 10 years from now, we wouldn't need to be focusing on themes such as embracing equity, and embracing equity will have gone mainstream, and that we will, in the midterm, be seeing greater women participation in running energy companies and doing that successfully with the full support of the workforce. It's indeed a privilege to be here, and I thank you, and happy International Women's Day to everyone. Back to you, Boston. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, sir. So I like the opening parts. I hope that it would even be in the short term, not in the long term, that equity would not be the subject of conversation. It would be something else, maybe something we are blinded to at this time, but definitely hopeful that equity would be a thing of the past. And this is not only across the gender lens, even in the disability lens and all the other inequalities that we see today. But thank you for touching on our intentionality and also the impact assessment of this. We must monitor. If it's not monitored, then we really can't account for the progress. And it's on that note, I would like to call on Dr. Mede. I'm coming to you with the questions, but I just want to take all the openings and then we will go into the real questions, and I would ask you some tough questions for our audience. Right, but I would like to call on Dr. Chi at this time, our sponsor. Please, Dr. Chi, your opening, and then we will go into questions from the comments, from the participants, and questions that have been prepared for this panel as well.
Thank you very, very much, and happy International Day, Women's Day, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here, and indeed, this is my second time. I was here last year. And the organizers, thank you so much for finding it worthy to bring me in again, because what that has done for me, it has enabled me to check if there has been any change in terms of the statistics I saw last year while preparing for this panel. And I'll come to the results I found. But I would like to share that I've listened to my co-panelists, and I'm very excited at what they're saying, because for me, having worked across 4 sectors, education, banking, telecoms, and now energy, I do find as a trend. And what do I find as a trend is that this question about what do we do to ensure that the women have an equitable place in the workplace is gaining traction. So there is some hope happening. It hasn't been this positive before now. It hasn't been that way at all. I can tell you one of my experiences, one of the senior executives, as we're trying to form a women's group to work and make sure that we get the women along in the company, asks, is there anything we're doing for the men we're not doing for the women? Every opportunity everybody has is the same. It's the same. So why are we making so much fuss about having the women have a special group, having some special attention given to the women? And I think it was because we were talking about equality. So this year, when I saw the title, Equity and I listened and read a bit about how do we explain equity, I found it very exciting that yes, this is exactly how to explain it. What does equity mean? Equity means giving everyone what they need to be successful. In other words, we're not all the same. And we can hear from all the panelists, there are different things we need to do for the women, not because they're special, but because everybody is different, of course. So if you give the right thing, you give what will make everyone to perform. And that is the year's theme, embrace equity. And that means being conscious that everybody has different needs and different specifications of what to be given to enable them to succeed. What I also have found is that a lot of studies have come into space. And when you have studies and research in an area, what it does, it opens up opportunity for growth and development. So what is the research saying? Research is saying that less than 1/5 of leadership roles still occupied by women. 22%, despite that women are 48% in the global workforce, only 22% are in the oil and gas and 32% in the renewables. It is also showing, interestingly, that for over 1,000 companies studied, the companies that have more women in leadership positions outperform. So when you have statistics to prove what you're doing, it enables you to plan and plan well. It enables you to know when you're making a success of the situation. What I interestingly find, and which from where I work, Seplat Energy, which who have shown very close and very keen attention to to women and diversity and equity, not equality now, equity. We've shown very close attention to it is that, yes, it does help productivity. It helps to give everybody a conducive workforce, and we're creating that enabling environment. So what I have found that most organizations have taken a keen look at this. What is important is to create metrics and measures. You cannot manage what you cannot measure. So what measures do you want to put in place? What metrics do you want to attend to? What are the percentages you want to see? How do you want to see your growth? What is the growth trajectory that is planned? So you say, okay, in the next 5 years, we have only 2 people in the leadership team, for example, which is exactly the case in my company. At the beginning, I was just the only lady. And now how many ladies? I think we're almost outnumbering the men, right? Same on the board level. So you have to have that growth aspiration. You have to be specific on how you want to grow. So that metrics and measures have to be in place. What I also see is accountability. Somebody has to be accountable right from the board level. Within the board, pick a champion. Within the senior leadership team, pick a champion. Within the company, pick champions. And everybody is involved, both men and women. So accountability, when you're accountable, you are responsible, there's somebody to hold for it, keep it in people's KPIs, it becomes something that everybody takes seriously and watches very keenly to see how successful we're becoming with it. And then again, I know we're going to the fuller session of discussing this. Creating an enabling environment cannot be overemphasized. There are different measures of creating an enabling environment. So it becomes very clear to you that there are things you need to do a bit differently because you are being very intentional. So there is that intention to do something to make sure the environment is there. And then you can then make sure you're watching the engagement of the women folk in the organization. So I'm very delighted that as Seplat, given the importance we've given to it, that's why we will sponsor this kind of events. And that's why we would always find excitement when there are more people who are interested on working this space with passion. And I've seen that here today. So for that, I really congratulate the organizers for choosing a very important topic, equitable pipeline advancement. Pipeline, you know, all in our industry, the pipeline takes our products to the end user, right? So the pipeline creates a very valuable value chain. So it is also for this situation where we have pipeline as a talent pipeline. If you do not create that pipeline and watch it and monitor it, at the other point where it's supposed to create value, it will not create the needed value. So that pipeline has to have the appropriate attention that it deserves. What we're doing today, sitting on the panel talking about it, is one of those things that are very critical. So I think I'll leave it at that to make sure that we have all opportunities to speak more. Everybody is coming from different angles and is enriching the discussion. So thank you very much for letting me speak a little bit about it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Chi. Thank you so much for your submission, impact assessments, accountability, creating enabling environments. So if you've been following this very enlightening conversation, our panelists have spoken to pipeline development, partnership, and also advancements. So even though our topic looks like it's one, it's like a three-edged sword, talking about how do we really develop women in this pipeline and how do we push them forward? Because you can be in the pipeline forever. You can be a clog in the pipeline, and some can actually have to be pushed out by pigging. But now we are saying, how do we move the woman from the bottom of the pipeline to the top? And then partnership, who are the people that will support this movement? Who are our stakeholders? Who are our shareholders? And if you're following the conversation around sustainability, just to put that here, you will see that it's moving away from shareholder capitalism to stakeholders capitalism. And we can also apply that in this regard. Starting from the business front, who are the people that should be our partners? But beyond that, who are the other partners that we may be blinded to? And our third will be professional advancement, being very specific. What does it really mean to move the female gender across the energy sector, our focus for today? And then we'll take closing thoughts on how we can really create lasting change. And all of our panelists have spoken to that. Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists on this. It seems like we have answered all the questions and the solutions are on the table already, but we will go around. Please, a round of applause. Please, let's engage. If you have questions, it's also good to start putting them forward now. Right, thank you so much. Thank you for your engagement. So, Dr. Omeide, I'm back to you. And my first question is a very difficult one. Well, maybe not so. But one of the resounding theme across the panelists is when we talk about strategy for pipeline developments, in terms of key skilled opportunities, and I will not focus on the energy sector here, what would you say are key strategies that we should be considering for filling the pipeline of female at this time?
Thank you so much for that question. And I stand on existing protocols. And I am very happy to be upon, talking with and discussing with my esteemed colleagues and panelists. When we have to talk about strategic or strategy of increasing women in the workforce, especially in leadership positions, I always take a practitioner-based look at things and also a scholarly-based look at things. We are, as we enter 2023, we are in what we call a polycrisis. We have various issues at the forefront that are affecting corporations, companies, societies, globally as a whole. With that being said, gender equity, of course, women empowerment, gender equality is also an issue. But what we also know is that with the burgeoning of these global issues and crises, we see that women are disproportionately affected. Now, with the case of Nigeria, we have 70%, we have the largest youth population in the world. Let's start there, which is a key advantage, right? So if we are building strategy, we know that when it comes to human capacity and human capital development, we have a critical youth population that understands innovation, understands the digital globalized world that we live in just because of the emergence of technology and what they are exposed to. How do we take advantage of that? We also do know that 42% of that 70% that are under the age of 30 in Nigeria are girls. We also know that youth and women oftentimes are underrepresented and oftentimes excluded. Yes, we have many success stories, but we can continue to build upon that. When we think of gender equity, we have to also understand that gender equity is also put in place to mitigate and compensate for historical or social disadvantages, which means that if I am in a position of creating what we call a strategic pipeline to ensure that we have more women in the field, whether it's energy, whether it's banking, whether it's STEM, across the board, I first must go to the root cause. I first must create a pipeline of how to catch them when they are younger, right? Because again, the 70% of the population is under 30. We are now in the wave of where majority of those who are in senior leadership positions will be retiring in the next decade. So we are left with that critical population that will now enter into the labor force. We are hoping that they're educated and prepared. You know, the institutions of education, that's another critical area. And we are also hoping that they will be prepared to assume leadership position. We also have to understand that we have strategic gender interest, right? So the idea is that, and I love the comment, she said, when we had the meeting, and he said, well, a lot of the things that are provided for men are also provided for women in the workplace, right? Everyone is equal, yes. But at the same time is that when it comes to strategic gender interest, it means that it's interest in which one group can achieve them, but it also will alter the balance of power, right, between men and women. So if we see that there's a high advancement of men in various fields and leadership positions and policy making and government and decision making, we know that that affects the balance of power when it comes to women also rising in the hierarchical chart of an organization. So what we do is that we look at gender budgeting. Gender budgeting is gender mainstreaming. Gender budgeting are terms that are often used when we try to create what we call strategic frameworks to ensure gender parity or gender equity. And the interesting thing, we can look at Rwanda as a wonderful, in a sense, case study, of course. And they have provided a good model, and I know Nigeria has their own models, to discuss and to tackle gender budgeting between. So what it does is that it focuses on closing the gaps and strengthening women's role in various sectors. But also what it does is that it looks at ministry-led finance, right? The process of financing, the process of institutional policy reforms, the making sure that there's a constitutional regulatory body that monitors what we call the accountability and the financing and budget of allocated programs that maybe are led by women or have to do with women impact. So there's so many different ways that we can continue to create what we call that pipeline, but harnessing that critical mass of a population and making sure that there's some form of strategy to streamline them into these sectors. It involves the partnership of institutions of education. It involves the partnership of government and policy decision-making to ensure that women, young women and the girl child are not left behind, that they have the necessary adequate education so that when the opportunity does come for them to now enter into the labor force, they are skilled, they are prepared, and they are also qualified and competent. And also we have to understand that with the changing of the dynamics of the population that we are seeing now, their needs are quite different, right? The needs across the generations are also quite different. So how do we also keep in tune, and how do we also understand what their needs are? And how do we compete against that as well? Because in the global world that we live in, youth populations are oftentimes looked at talent, right? They're looked at as, these are the people with new and innovative ideas that are able to push cultures and push organizations forward because of their progressive thinking, just for the matter of fact of the time and the space in which they are born in. And that should be used as an advantage for us and as an advantage in Nigeria, rather than saying, oh, they're young, what do they know? They need this, they need that. No, there are certain key things that they are exposed to that previous generations just don't have. And I think we need to continue to take that into account and to understand the time and place that we are in and how crucial it is that we cannot ignore this demographic, and how crucial it is in order to solve most of the pressing global issues, whether internal issues of our time. It really will force us to focus on this population.
Right. Right, thank you. So for the sake of the rapporteurs, I'll just, highlight this. And thank you so much for your submission. You have mentioned tapping into the digital native knowledge. I think that's the most important thing at this time, because even getting into their hearts and mind, the kind of talents they kind of have to grow up with is different. And how can we leverage on what they know than just assuming that they did not know as much. The second thing you talked about is education. How can we create specific framework to identify root causes, not only root causes of where we are currently, but also when we begin to move forward, how do we support the altered balance shifts? So we must begin to think ahead. So when this happens, when we have an equitable world, when we have an equitable workforce, how do this change the heart and mind of the men in this case, or maybe the other genders, and how I will be able to support that? Then you also talked about gender budgeting. I think that's it's the apt term to use. How do we begin to support this education framework? How do we tap into the knowledge? And also, how can we compete and ensure that we compete against ourselves for future progress? So thank you so much for that. I'll go to, excuse me now, Madam Mrs. Weiss. She mentioned the digital native, the new baby boomers, the Gen Zs. The baby boomers are not new, but they are the ones that we need to shape their hearts and mind, because they are the ones they are the reasons why we are here. And then we have all of this spectrum. But I want you to speak to it from the perspective of the public policy. What is missing? Is it accountability? Is it that we need a specific legislation that will solve this problem? Is there a role that public policy should have taken to help us shape this discourse that is missing? And what should we be doing at this time in that space? So over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you for a very interesting panel and conversation. Yes, I do think that we must be intentional, as has been the case over the years, when we actually want to leapfrog into spaces that make for equity, right? And for me, we need to have a lens focused on what it is that is required for women, females in the workplace and even out of the workplace to be able to thrive and to enjoy what they're doing, but also grow and aspire, legitimately be able to engage and achieve what they actually aspire to be. And so this takes a lot of, the different actors, stakeholders that come into this, and it involves the employer, the organization that you work for. It involves you as the female that is the person that maybe you're looking to support. It also you should engage the policy space. We have a lot of policies that have worked in many countries across the world, and even in Africa. We have policies that take a direct look at how women can be supported. And what are the challenges really? As I said earlier, the balance you need to have between your home and your workplace. And this is very important for a lot of politicians, for instance, female politicians. They move into maybe the towns, if they're elected, maybe legislators. There's so many things you need to look at, crashes. Of course, that has been said again and again. The stigma. For instance, you have a baby, can you take a baby into the place? How often do you go out to breastfeed the child? I go in sometimes, my workplace, I'm not an elected official, I'm appointed. So I didn't go through the tough terrain of going to sell myself as someone that has something to offer. Selling yourself in an election is really tough for women, for females especially. And if I may quickly go through this, there's a you need a godfather. In Nigeria, you need a lot of money. Even the times that they sit down and take decisions, sometimes at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., women, in inverted commas, that are responsible at home at that point in time. And for you to be seen in that meeting, people are wondering, doesn't she have a husband, or doesn't she have people she's looking after? We need to actually directly target those issues and see that we find, even for the youth, I mean, I've met a lot of young people recently, they wanted to understand the social sector. And they were talking about, how, when they're consensus candidates, how do we navigate that? Because everything is so heavy, it's so burdensome, it's so entrenched in our culture. How do we move away? Policy does go some way. I don't know if for the elections, there was the Electoral Reform Committee report that targeted women, how to support women come into elected spaces. But going into the National Assembly, majority were men. Even the gender bills that we have, a lot of them were thrown out. We don't have enough women, or we don't have enough sensitized men as to why it is beneficial to have women in those spaces. Not because we're trying to get men out, but because we're trying to get a better community, we're trying to get a better society. Now, so we need the affirmative action to get women into those spaces. And we need an ombudsman, I think, personally, to be able to check, do the gender analysis, to name and shame those who don't meet up to those requirements, let there be sanctions. I think we need the support staff. I'm a married woman, I come with a social contract that I need to ensure that the home is running well, my children get to school on time, my husband's food is warm. Not every woman has a fridge or an oven that is in the workspace. You understand? And even as privileged as I am, relatively, I know sometimes I wish I had a wife, because it's so hard, to ensure to get everything together, and you're constantly multitasking. So getting the support that will help you with the other tasks is important. And so also ensuring that there are a lot of avenues out there, people who ensure that support staff have come from, accountable backgrounds. You can track them, you can trace them. That gives you the peace of mind to engage, in what you're doing. You also need to look at other tools that can give you flexible working hours, because a lot of the things that happen to us can disrupt, and you're at work and then somebody just say your child is ill. It's not the same thing for men. Men just expect the females to look after and your husband, no matter how busy you are, many of them expect you to have an eye on the home front. So having flexible working hours does help. You need to look at the pay gaps. You need to look at gender equity programs. You need to look at how you can be supported to be the best you can in all the spaces that you can. So in trying to uplift women, we need to listen. Organizations need to engage the women directly to understand where the knowledge gaps are. If a woman is going to perform her best, she needs the confidence, she needs the knowledge that will give her the confidence. So training is important, but training that is peculiar to the needs of that particular person. It could range from one thing to the other, but sometimes it's even just public speaking. Sometimes it's more peculiar to the task that you're given. Sometimes it's about, teamwork, or having to work in a team with others, not dropping the balls. the employer should be looking at how to lighten the burden of the person, of the females that work in their space. And it's very important that in doing that, we must be looking at empowering and enabling the women to be very successful in their economic or political vocation. So we also need to support our boys to understand, the men, to understand how important it is for the woman in their lives as they grow, as they marry, to be able to be independent, to be confident, to be able to apply herself to the very best that she can, and then of course the mental health is very important in the workspace. So we need to have a lot of that, counseling, guidance. No matter how we just look at women that have achieved and think, oh wow, we have no idea of what has happened or what is going on in her mind. So I think there's a lot that can be done, and I'm hoping that employers will be able to support the females in their workspace. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Uwais, for those submissions. Legitimately and legislative affirmative actions are what we need now. And that is what equity conversation is focused on. Also, I like when you talked about sanctions, being conscious that there has to be some level of commitments, accountability, but then what happens when this is not, properly done? What then happens? How do you take care of that? It's one thing to consequence manage, is another thing to impose, excuse me, a sanction on this kind of behaviors. And if we don't take that from the public policy perspective, then the private policy would just be doing fragmented solutions. But if we have a public policy driving these changes, then it really does help us. But thank you. Mental health counseling guideline. These are important conversation that also the workforce is looking at. The energy industry, we really know they're working in this direction, but being able to layer that on when people get outside of the office, do they still see this environment, and can they thrive in it? So thank you for that. I'm going to ask the two questions to the two male allies, but before I do that, I have the pleasure of announcing to the House that we have Mr. Engineer Ojulari's successor on the call. She is right here, Mrs. Iboni. It's a pleasure to have you. I would like that we please spotlight her very quickly so that we can welcome her in a special IWD way. Good to see you, ma'am. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Iboni. She's the trailblazer and one of the anchor points for this conversation. She is the first woman MD of SNEPCO. That's more than a feat that she achieved. But beyond that, we also have Mr. Ojulari, who championed that happening. So thank you, sir. We see you, we see your good work. And that leads me right to my question. So our nation, Nigeria, of course, has this unique challenge with cultural transformation. You have baby boomers, you have the Gen X, you have the millennials, you have the Gen Y, blurry lines, but still different mindsets. You did this proposing and progressing women while you were at Shell. At least a couple of us are a testament to that. How were you able to shape hearts and mind? How were you able to ensure that this diversity and inclusion conversation effected to real changes, not just, oh, this is an ideology we have, this is something we are doing. How did you achieve the numbers for while you were in the workforce? And also, Mr. Ogunleye, I would like you to also think about this question from the perspective of what are the potential changes for this different pipeline in how we currently work, and how should we be encouraging the movements so that everybody understands, so that we don't get into the Gen Z space and we are trying to teach them about equity again. So Mr. Julari, you start first and then we'll take it from there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. So again, thanks for that question. And so yeah, I will say it's when I reflect back, I think the first thing that sort of really helped me, like I mentioned earlier on, was building what I would call and creating the space to listen, to learn. There's something about anyone, because some of these things, you have the policies, like you said, you have the guidelines, you have all these things, but how do you apply the company strategy, the company policy? How do you bring it to life in your area of accountability? Is a challenge that most of us face in leadership. And I think, and that's where I like to spend most of my conversations around, with all those policies and how do you bring it to life? So for me, I think first is around, like I mentioned, listening and interacting, and spending time to understand what are the individual challenges, individual aspirations. Some people will call it a big name, career talk. For me, it's just being human, just, ensuring, I'm back to the comment around equity, ensuring that me as a leader, that my time is equally spent on whether the men or the women, without, or also as been mentioned earlier on people who need my attention and being there to support. But most importantly is for me, from a lead, I came in from a learning mindset. I saw a huge responsibility ahead of me, and I realized I couldn't implement these policies on this. And some of the time, some of the policies were not even there around gender equality. So by spending time to understand individual aspirations, spending time to understand each individual challenges, I realized I was able to either just provide guidance. Sometimes I'm able to create the space within my own leadership space for people to take that space and thrive. And sometimes I'm able to then, negotiate. But very important is to be able to connect with the people and know what their aspirations are, what their challenges are, and how you can customize solutions that fits their own challenges. And I can tell you there's hardly any two female in my own career that I can say are the same or have the same challenge at the same time. So that for me is one thing that I found very interesting. Now that you also, this is quite an interesting one for me, that you have, someone that I have a lot of admiration for. That is Mrs. Eloa Ibuni, who is my successor as managing director of SNEPCO. A lot of people didn't know that myself and Eloa met many years back, many almost 20 years ago, right? And I was inspired, even though I wasn't in her function, I was inspired by just the sheer talent, the courage, the drive. And it was outside my own department, outside my own direct control, outside my own responsibility. So for me, it's important that leaders should not only look at their own or people within their own purview or people within their comfort zone. You have to really take interest in everybody that has what I'll call, that aspires for success and be there. And we've been interacting. I've learned a lot from her. I didn't know a lot about operations. By interacting with her, I learned a lot around operations, even at those early stages. And we started to work together. Now, people talk about mentoring, coaching. For me, and I know you put me on the spot there, Tumbasun, earlier on, and I didn't know that she was coming on, right? It wasn't what I would call a perfect mentoring guidelines, or there was a perfect coaching guideline. It was just that element of equity you talk about, discussion, learning together, sharing together, and creating an environment where I can get challenged. I can, what I'm doing is, can be questions, and some of you may have seen the dynamics is almost sometimes we wonder who is the boss, to be honest, even at those stages. So it's important that that mentoring and that coaching is done in a two-way stuff. I never experienced mentoring or coaching that was one way, because that's another paradigm that we need to shift. Mentoring and coaching, in my experience, is a two-way learning journey. For every interactions I've had with people who I'm supposed to be interacting with, either because I'm in a more senior position, I've learned a lot from those interactions. So we need to see that, and back to your point around, the emerging generations, right? You also know that most of these folks do not like to be told what to do. So in the leadership, one of the paradigms that we need to shift is to create that space where you are also a lifelong learner. I learned a lot of my, and a lot of support I got on my digitalization, on my transformational journey, on improvement, continuous improvement journey, by having and enjoying the inclusion of younger talents who are energetic, they can take a lot more risk, and they're very resourceful as well. So it's very important that you create that environment where everybody sees themselves as a contributor. One of the other things that was also very helpful for me was I never believed in this, time to autonomy, that because it took my boss 10 years to reach autonomy in being able to perform specific engineering tasks and leadership tasks, it has to take me equally 10 years. My belief is that it should take me 5 years or 4 years. What we also need to do is to recognize that most of us in the generations that we're in, and I learned that very, very quickly, we didn't have computers. We didn't have cell phones. Computing power was very limited. In today's digital world, the computing power is huge. Ability to do multiple scenarios for a solution is wide, and these people can do that. So yes, we said, oh, they're younger, but they've got powers that are beyond the powers that we have. Excuse me. So it's also important to create a space where those new capabilities can then come to life. And so my belief is a young person in the organization within the very early phases of their career can begin to be part of those conversations, part of transformations of the organization, and beginning to add value from day one. And so are women. So it's very, very important that we should take away this paradigm that you have to be 7 years, 8 years before you as a woman can start contributing. You have to bring the women in very, very early and allow their contributions to come. And in many of the cases, you will see a lot of. So in summary, I want me to put in the sort of structural headlines for me. One is, we need to institutionalize this issue of early talent identification, particularly to balance this issue of equity. As far as I'm concerned, knowing the attrition of female in their maturation towards leadership. We've heard that before in some of the statistics. They have a lot of female that come in early, and at the end you have very few. My solution to that is more female at the entry, more than men. Is a practical solution because we know the attrition. So it is not okay to say, well, the female you have in you're piping into the pipeline must be the same number as men. No. If you really want to achieve that parity, you need more female in entering the pipeline and sustain through the pipeline than men. That for me is one. The issue around credible coach mentoring and sponsorship is very, very important. I find that very, very helpful in my career, supporting female. Is staying in the game is a long-term game. Sometimes a lot of people see it as it's not a transaction. It's something that you are into, it's something that is part of you, and it's something that is continuous. So it's not a start and stop, and that's what I found. So I call that a sustainable coaching, mentoring, and sponsorship, not a once-off. And the other thing I found is around creating opportunity to expose this talent very, very early. You need to create the space for leadership. You need to, so for example, I used to have some conversations, you know, and we used to have that conversation very, very early. I brought my successor into the board. And even her, she was like, well, am I ready for this, right? And I said, sorry, yeah, just let's have fun. Just let's see how it goes, you know, and far earlier than anyone has done for men, because I thought that, you know, it was early, that the earlier she started getting involved, the earlier when I was still there, to be able to provide my support, because you never can predict how long you stay in any role in a corporate organization. You can be taken out any day. So make the hay when the sun shines. Don't wait until you have all the controls and all the powers. Do what you can when you have the opportunity. So I see that as bringing female into leadership assignments, leadership responsibilities, and also ensuring that they are on your contributory level is very important. One of the other things I find very powerful, even when you do not have a female on your leadership team, what I've always tried to do is I bring female from not only from the lower organizational levels to participate in my leadership team, to participate in transformational projects. So by so doing, I do then enjoy that contribution that we talk about, which has an impact on your productivity, but you also have the effect that you then have early exposure for them. And the last one I like to mention to then give space for others is the point around flexible working and a clear career path. Flexibility of working is beyond just the policies. The policies are important, but the supervisors, you need to pay a lot of attention to details in terms of the flexibility. I had a lady that came in from the States many years back, very young lady. She wasn't qualified for company accommodation at that time, but she was at maybe the first 2 levels of the organization. She had 2 kids, and I had to do everything possible to bend the rule for the company, for this lady to be accommodated in the company accommodation, because that's the only way. So if you don't make some of these adjustments to enable this equity that we talk about, and that is not written in any rule, because the rule says you have to be at this job level before you can have entitlement to those level of benefits. So it's important that that flexibility is internalized and it is customized to the situation of every individual, and is not just hiding behind simply corporate headlines and corporate goals and corporate guidelines. I hope I've been able to answer some of your questions, but those are the ones that comes to my mind.
Did you say those are the ones or all of it? Did you see everyone nodding? I put Mr. Leko in a very difficult situation now because you mentioned virtually everything, but there is one on my mind: time to autonomy. Time to autonomy. Before Mr. Ogunleye comes on, Dr. Omede has to leave and would like to say a very, very big thank you to you. I know that the SPE team would have preferred that you stayed till the very end of this, but in case you can.
20 minutes more. I've pushed my office meeting. I had to head into my office, unfortunately. Right. It's 6:23 a.m. here, so it's usually around the time where I do have to leave, but I've tried to extend a little bit more, so I'll stay behind.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So we'll still have you on board. Mr. Ogunleye, please, the question is still around how can we shape Hearts and Mind?
Yeah, so thank you. Yetunde actually helped us with a few statistics around the changing demographics and the fact that not only is Nigeria the most populous country in Africa and the seventh in the world, with a growth rate of about 2.6% per annum, a median age of 18.1, but 70% of the population is under 30, 42% under 15 years. It's actually a positive thing. It means that the majority of the population is vibrant and productive. And even though we have challenges. The International Labour Organization estimates about 19.6% of the youths are unemployed. There are ramifications for all of this. We've seen that in the SARS protest, we've seen that, and we're seeing more of it in the political space because we're in the political season. Most of the issues and responses are around the priorities of the youth. We've seen the president-elect issue, the first statement he issued was proposals to address youth and acknowledge the issues that the youth are raising. As we speak, the most fascinating race, the most fascinating, the most serious gubernatorial challenge ever, I feel, in our history is going on in Adamawa. We have Aisha Binani, who is running to become the governor of Adamawa State. She's energizing the youth, energizing women group. I have two friends who are taking Friday off because they're traveling to Yola and they want to participate. And so it's a lot of progress. It's happening, and it's important that we all participate in ensuring that the youth, the women have a voice and that voice is acknowledged. In the energy space, we are also seeing, as a result of the cultural transformation, as a result of the fact that the millennials, the Generation Z, have a different set of values. So the competition for talent is becoming stiffer and it's changing. So we found that with my own generation, Generation X, people were more traditional. They were happy to work for a company for all through their career, and etc. And they gravitated towards career choices like engineering, medicine, and etc. But the millennials, the Generation Zs, it's fintech, it's ICT, it's arts, it's music. They're moving. It's sport. They're moving. It's my own son is training to become a chef. So it's a whole new world. And for me, rather than focusing excessively on how to shape the hearts and mind, I think it should be the other way around. It's how we adjust to embrace this new reality, the positiveness and the development. And that's something in Nigeria LNG we're absolutely focusing on. So we are basically rethinking the future of the workplace. In the next 5 years, we are recruiting over 500 people. We have a recruitment process ongoing. We're bringing in about 81 ops and techs, and a lot of these folks are young people. And so we are beginning to reconfigure the workplace to make sure that we are adapting to what's coming. And so that's includes what we call the HR Transformation Project, which is our comprehensive framework to adjust the workforce to the reality, to the changing demographics. It includes stuff like flexi working that's been talked about. We're embracing digital innovation and becoming an intelligence-driven organization. We are championing clean energy future and taking a very aggressive stance in relation to clean energy commitments, because these are issues that are very that resonates absolutely with the Gen Zs of this world. We are also coming to terms with the reality that unlike our generation, these folks don't really rate working 20 years, 30 years for a company. And so we're developing an HR model that is anticipating 10% attrition, and so that we can be resilient and robust in coping with, colleagues who want to move on and take on new challenges. We are basically revisiting the employee value proposition and the future of work to make sure that our EVP remain fit for purpose and we remain an employer of choice. And so this is, I feel, the way to go. Our mentality is that we need to create a workforce, a system that enables us to best harvest the talents of these young people. It's a whole different world. They are comfortable with their voice. They speak truth to power, and so on our side, we're adjusting to having difficult conversations. We had an interesting incident last year. We had a leadership retreat, and the NWIN folks came and showed us a picture of a conference we had in Greece, which had about 15% women in the whole entourage. And so as a response, we're taking serious our commitments in terms of even capacity development, continuing education, setting very aggressive targets. And in the recruitment, we have a 5-year target, which we're tracking year on year, and we are consistently interrogating the steps to achieve this target. So it's concrete, it's robust, but more importantly, we are adjusting and preparing to give the coming generation the best place to work and make sure that we have a compelling employee value proposition for them. Thank you very much, and back to you, Toboso.
Thank you. So I was smiling because I was going to say immediately you finished that we are taking notes. So these scorecards, we are going to be presenting it to you next year and saying, where are we now? So thank you for sharing explicitly what you're doing in your organization. Mrs. Ayanechi, I'm coming to you around, your experience, but now from the perspective of partnership. Who are our untapped stakeholders, and where do you really see the opportunity for us to build a bridge? And right on the heel of that, Bimbo, you will talk to us about how we can leverage technology now that it's fast changing. How can we also include technology as a tool for D&I?
Okay, thank you very much, Toboso. I think when you talk about partnership, right? So all the panelists today, they have spoken about the critical aspects of what we need to make this work. So of course, we're looking at our typical stakeholders. The governments will be a huge help, because ultimately, if we don't find a way to codify or find a way to actually push the law down some path, we'll not be able to achieve our objectives. So many of the laws that we currently have that talk about female advancement, most of them are soft laws. So they're soft laws. There's really nothing backing their enforcement. I know that Mrs. Owais mentioned that even when it comes to representation, last year there was a lot of activity to get some affirmation law passed by the National Assembly, and that didn't go through. It may be because most of the people there are men, and so we need to sensitize our legislature. There will be a critical place to look at as partners. The legislature is very important because we must find an affirmative way to actually ensure that this is done. Then leaving that right, so we have to look at sectoral bodies, okay, like the SPE, for instance, because they find a way to actually coordinate amongst the people to make sure that policies are flown down. So that is another way we need to look at. We cannot target organizations individually. but we can target their professional bodies to ensure that amongst their professional rules of conduct, among their professional policies, they actually have some affirmative action for women. I think if we do all these things, so those are the easiest stakeholders. And of course, we can go a bit international. There are bodies that actually push the women agenda to make sure that, for instance, we're talking about developing the girl child. We're talking about going through the grassroots. How do we achieve that? Where do we get the funding? Ultimately, most of these things cost money. Where do we get the funding to do that? So if we look at funding sources, international funding sources, that may go a long way to actually getting the money we need to actually push some of this agenda. And of course, when it comes to partners, right, getting the right people in place in each and every organization is a critical aspect of what we need to do. Because when you talk about Mr. Ojula, Engineer Ojulari, you can see how much he has, how much change he has made in his organization. So by talking to sectoral bodies, by talking to associations, and by pushing down that agenda, I think we can then get a lot of CEOs and head of organizations to take the right action. But most importantly, I would say women. I think women have a large role to play because, you know, I've heard it said in so many areas that, and I saw a question in the chat box, and the gentleman asked, how well are women doing? What are women doing to actually promote this agenda? And if you ask a lot of women, so many will say, you know, I, for instance, will tell you that men have been my greatest supporter. So I'm not surprised that Mr. Engineer Ojulari was of that view as well. So men have been, most of us women will tell you that men have been our greatest supporter. It may be because men are more in places to give us support and there are not so many women. But I think, you know, women, we need to really come together and realize that. I know that, for instance, one view I had a while ago, I would tell you that, you know what, I had to do A, B, C, D, F, G. I had to struggle to get where I wanted to. So women need to struggle, but I'm changing that perspective, right? I'm realizing not everybody is that strong. And we then need to find a way to, to take care of the people amongst us that are not as strong as we are. So I know that one of the panelists said earlier, the fact that you did it by struggling doesn't mean everybody has to. How do we as women use our strength, use the positions that we've acquired? How do we use their experiences to actually make it easier for the people that are coming after us? I think that is very important. So we need to keep working with organizations. I see a lot of women now setting up women forums, so women in business, women in energy, WIMBIs. And the focus of a lot of these organizations so far has been to push the women agenda. And I think they're making a lot of it. Personally, on my own score, I'm trying to see how we can do as an organization at the AUPRC to actually push that women agenda. So luckily, we have a chief executive that's very supportive of women. We are finding a way to actually, to project our women on a scale, because you find that some women just don't know how to do this by themselves. Typically, not every woman has that mindset that men have. So a man wants to project himself, a man wants to push. A lot of women at our age and a bit younger are actually not brought up like that. So we need to make concerted efforts to push that agenda for them and know that along the way, as they start learning these ropes, that they can go on their own. So as an organization, the AUPRC, we're trying to make a concerted effort to actually create opportunities for our women. Is it by networking? Is it by putting them in forums where they can be heard? And I think that when we do that, if we do that as an organization, then very soon we'll be talking like the NLN GMD was speaking, and we will then have plans and scorecards that we hope to achieve in the very near future. But we're working on it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Bimbo, please go for it.
Okay, thank you for that. Very good discussion. I'm just loving every part of it. I'm going to talk about technology, but I'm going to approach it from the future workforce dialogue. So, and when I'm talking about the future workforce, I'm going to be looking at incumbent and incoming workforce. So one of the things that we know is fast happening in the energy sector, where we have a lot of oil and gas companies now transitioning into the energy space, is that the transformations that are required also need skills required to deliver this. Sorry, I'm just going to plug my system. It's been unplugged. Okay, sorry, I had low battery. So they also need upskilling of current employees and even incoming employees to achieve this. So there's a skill gap that needs to be closed. When you look at it from a technology perspective and innovation, we have the emergence of technologies such as AI that's fast replacing a lot of things that we do mundanely. We have, blockchain and even the Internet of Things. We're focused, we have a lot of solutions being delivered through big data right now. And this is also being seen in the energy sector. So we need to adapt to new technologies. And in adapting to new technologies, we need to reappraise what our current workforce comprises of in terms of their know-how. We have to look at what the upskilling ceiling is. We have to raise the bar, pretty much. And then we have to look at who are those that are coming. As mentioned, by many of the panelists, a lot of the people in the workforce are retiring. And then when you're building a pipeline, you need to have, a transitioning and a handover that is seamless. And this has to come from a certain source. So we have to then go upstream of, the skill pool to say where are our skills coming from and what kind of partnerships and stakeholders have we been embracing. And, and I'm going to hit on what we spoke about 2 days ago as well on who are the untapped stakeholders. I know that SPDC and even Schlumberger had done a whole lot on engaging academia, but I think we need to do more. And the reason why I say this is because when you look at the inflow of graduates that are coming into the workforce and the skills that they have, putting it in the context of Nigeria, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of investments that needs to go into this upskilling so that graduates merge seamlessly into jobs that they need to do to run the economy. But there's a mismatch. And this mismatch is based on a whole lot of things. So when it comes to stakeholders and partnerships, we within the energy sector need to engage government more. Government needs to commit more. Government needs to be more intentional. The Ministry of Education and the agencies within the Ministry of Education need to be more intentional because guess what? It has gotten even more competitive with the signing of the AFCFTA, where by the time the modalities for movement of people is in place and the liberalization exists, then people will come in from South Africa and from Ghana and take all the jobs, right? We also need to move from the mindset of preparing ourselves only for the jobs that are local. We all work in companies that are global. We should see our leaders pushing people into leadership in more global institutions. I used to work for Schlumberger, and in Schlumberger, you will find a Nigerian in some obscure place like Algeria being the vice president or the CEO or the MD of Schlumberger in Algeria. We need to do more of that in companies like Shell, Exxon, and every other company that has presence in other parts of the world, because we are now a global village. We need to look at how, when we're talking about even gender inclusion in terms of technology and innovation, the discussion is going to be different in 2 years' time. This is because when AI replaces a lot of the mundane, roles that are being performed by women and men, then we're going to start looking at inclusivity under the lens of programming and the tools that are actually delivering this. So this is not even a time to leapfrog. We need to run ahead of the game, because when it comes to tech, it doesn't wait for anybody. And when it comes to tech, in the energy sector, we are in the global playing field. Things are not local. So there needs to be an acceleration of this. At UNIDO ITPO, which is Investment and Technology Promotion Office, we are looking to actually to attract and retain women in clean tech. We say clean tech is like, the the career ecosystem of the future. And this is because without sustainability, without an environment, there won't be a future that we're all building the pipeline to and preparing for. So when it comes to, addressing climate change, it brings us back to that conversation. In fostering innovation, the energy industry needs to embrace the tech and innovation ecosystem, the startups. We need to encourage, we need to fund. We have the likes of Orlon that caught onto this about 10 years ago, and they are actually, funding through Shell Foundation, renewable energy and looking at things that are going to happen in the renewable space. But that's not all. We need more participation of women in not just renewables, but energy storage solutions. We need more participation of women that would look at what should we do today that will help us to deliver on our decarbonization goals in 2030. What we have to future-proof everything that we're doing. In terms of hiring needs to be more deliberate. Our hiring practice must change, and it must consist of inclusion goals that are looking at what is technology and innovation going to make the workplace look like tomorrow. And that is what we need to prepare for. We can't prepare for what we currently see. It's going to be gone. Today would go, and we have to face tomorrow. So these are the kind of activities that we need to see. And we have to also, ensure that when we're looking at International Women's Day and we come and we dialogue about these things under, the umbrella of advocacy, we need to move our advocacy discussions into action. There has to be deliberate action. We need to start to engage professional bodies. We need to come together, and begin to form, new ecosystems, or just reinforce the existing ecosystems to start to talk about what is it that is required to include women, and what is it that is required to also stop smiling, because your smiling means I should stop talking. I'm not, what does it mean to, just ensure that there is a career, there is work, women are included, and men are also included, because when we talk about equity, it doesn't just apply to women, it also applies to men. What are those shortcomings of men? And it doesn't necessarily have to address shortcomings like as you say, but what then are the added advantages of every gender that can be brought onto play to address the future workforce? Because the battles that we have ahead, I think, are much greater than what we're currently facing. And when we have to start dealing with robots and, metaverse and all those issues, how are we addressing this based on the current workforce and then the people that are coming, especially academia? I'm passionate about that. We are actually partnering with the Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the University of Abuja, where we're delivering lectures to over 5,000 students on how to be entrepreneurs using digital platforms and how to ensure that we are embracing the digital economy, because it is a reality, and that reality has been fast forwarded by COVID, because we now see that there are so many things that we can do digitally that we used to think it could only be done by, if I need something to be supplied to me, I have to drive there or they have to drive to me, right? So logistics, supply chains, agri-tech, health tech, there's so many things. And the expansion of partnership needs to happen for the energy industry. Thank you. I can accept your smile now.
I wasn't smiling for you to stop. I was smiling because you were saying all the right things. Technology proof, the current workforce and also the future workforce. You also talked about championing academia changes. I think that's brilliant. That's everything we've also heard today, but I like the perspective in which you brought it. The challenges that we have today may not be the challenges that we'll have to deal with in the future, and how are we prepared for that? So thank you very much. Dr. Chi, I'm going to give you time to talk. The organizers are on my neck, but you must speak here. And I'm keen to hear. While Dr. Chi is giving our thoughts to this, I would like that each of the panelists please think about 3 phrases, very short, actionable strategies or actions that you want the participants to take away from this conversation? Something that we can say, this is what you can do, 1, 2, 3, or this is what you should start doing or stop doing in that order. So please, we will take that right after this as our closeout conversation. Please, we're craving the indulgence of everybody on the call. We know that we have eaten deeply into the time, but you will agree that this is a conversation that needs to happen. So thank you for your understanding. Dr. Chi.
Thank you very much. It seems I'm the one who will pay the price now, because you've just told me, and I saw Richmond, like, okay, you guys need to stop. But let me just quickly add, because everybody has made very valuable points, that there are some blind spots we need to look at. And these blind spots are important, because when we address them, we can then begin to understand how we're progressing. Again, just to tie to what I have said earlier on, some of the blind spots, we take it for granted that everybody understands the DE&I narratives and imperatives in the company. So those blind spots we need to address to ensure that we have enough learning opportunities to let people understand what the metrics are, to let people understand what the imperatives are. When you're hiring, how do you interview to get the right skills from the women and get the women in? Even when you're offboarding, when the woman is leaving the organization, do you want to have an interview session so that you can get an insight into what are the relevant things that you could use going forward in coaching those that are inside? Then you look at some blind spots such as overcoming unconscious bias. So we need to plan that, oh, the CEO must be a man, the operations man must be a man. The people in the facilities are all men, so there is no need to put any facilities that will take care of women or even women who are just nursing mothers. There is that blind spot that the company policies, we say, oh, we have policies, but you have not taken that gender lens to look at it, to find where you need to make the right changes so that you can be equitable for everybody in the organization. Then, of course, we make it look at times like it's tokenism. Just let the women have some numbers. It should not be tokenism, because again, I listened to one of the speakers who said, oh, you need to toughen up. I use that word at times. We women, we need to toughen up. But what do I mean by toughen up? Is embrace opportunities to enhance your skills. Because when you are ready and you are competent, it makes it a lot easier. And I'm not saying people are not competent, but at times you can lose sight of the need of what to do to make sure that you are ready to be in that pipeline, and when there's an advancement, you can be counted upon to take that space. And of course, our sector, we have a lot of major projects in the energy transition. So the sector as we know it today is not going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. So if you have a career that's spanning into the 10, 15, even 20 years, you begin to look ahead. Where are those skills? Where are you going to upskill yourself? Where are those opportunities to enhance yourself and be ready as a woman or as a person in the organization? So it becomes to be important that talent, performance, and management by the company, as the company is trying to do this, we as the individual, we're doing that. And when you bring it together, it brings about that advancement and that pipeline we want to tap into to make sure we create the value we want to see. I know you want me to be very brief, but I hope all the other participants, the points they made and what I've added goes to wanting to say every organization and every individual has to be very intentional about the change they want to see, about the difference they want to make, both in their skills, both in what the organization is gaining. For us as Seplat, we have a crèche now. And when you have a crèche, that empowers the woman. The nursing mother is comfortable that her baby is downstairs. She can go see the baby from time to time. We at the facilities, we make adjustments for people who are nursing mothers. We make adjustments for women. For policy-wise, we make, as I said, use the gender lens to look at the policy. It has nothing to do with putting down the male in the organization, but enhancing that equity environment so that performance and ability to achieve your best is given to everyone in the organization. Thank you very much. Richmond, I'll see you. I'm going off.
Thank you so much, Madam. Please, a round of applause for all the panelists. This is where we will draw the curtain. I wish we'll be able to take the 3 action items for the participants. If you can, please help drop it on the charts so that we can pick it from there. I think that would be a better way to manage our time at this time. But please, a round of applause for everyone. And I'd like to say thank you for the very insightful conversation. This is the best so far. I say that with everything. Strategic pipeline development and partnership for equitable professional advancement starts first with yourself, and then we bring all of this knowledge into the professional workplace. There is also time to autonomy, and it is something that we'll take away from here. We must reenact that to our leaders as well. The digital natives have a lot to contribute, and how are we ensuring that all that they know, all the talents that they have that are differently skilled from what is currently obtainable are brought into the workforce. And importantly, we owe this space. We must build the bridges, and we must ensure that our blind spots do not blind us in the future. Thank you for a great time spent. I really enjoyed myself. I learned a lot as well. And to our esteemed speakers, on behalf of SPE, I would just like to say a big thank you to you, and thank you for the honor of having us.
All right, thank you very much, Tumbosun Afolayan. Thank you to all your panel members. Very well discussed topic, and really a lot of nuggets has been taken away by the participants. I can see from the chat box, they're all excited about the nuggets they're taking away from it. So thank you to all of you. Onwards now from here, we're going to go play a short video. There's a short video play out. I'd like you to just give attention to your screens and let's play this video. When we return from the video, I will be announcing the masterclass and how you can find yourself in the respective masterclasses that we'll have available here today. Technical, Frank Akemi, can we please have the video on cue? Once you do that, please play it. So for the other panelists or speakers who are not in the masterclass, except you want to join the masterclass, Prof. Omede, I know you are in a different time zone. Dr. C, you're in a different time zone. So if you want to join the masterclass, that's fine. Otherwise, you can take a rest and continue with the hours of your time. So, Professor Omede, what time is it in New York now?
It's 6:56 a.m.
6:56 a.m. I was shocked to find out on this occasion that there's a 7 hours time difference between Nigeria and the US. Like,
Yeah.
Is that right? Nice to see you. Okay, the video is on, ladies and gentlemen. Please watch, and we'll be back.
Embrace equity. Equity isn't just a nice to have, it's a must have. A focus on gender equity needs to be part of every society's DNA. Embrace equity.
How do we embrace equity? The only way we can embrace equity is by giving every single person, whatever gender, a fair opportunity and treating them impartially. My organization has moved from a passive institution to an all-embracive institution. It is very clear. Every single personnel, every single gender has equal opportunity and are treated impartially. Embrace equity. That is the only way we can move forward together.
Embracing equity is a way of enhancing humanity.
Embrace equity. One of the biggest actions that society can take in embracing equity is by enacting laws and policies that mandate every workplace to have a room for nursing mothers. Embrace equity.
Frank, is that it?
That's all.
That's all?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fantastic. All right, cool then. All right, thank you very much. So indeed, we're embracing equity, and I like the fact that everyone is on the same page of saying that we are not just talking about embracing equity for a particular gender, but is treating everyone as they deserve and giving everyone the opportunity. Their competence, has earned them regardless of whether they be a male or female, but most importantly, giving women all of the encouragement and the ladder to get as much career advancement as their male counterparts. So thank you very much, everyone. And we're going on now to the masterclass. As I said earlier, we have 4 masterclasses at this event. Of course, the Women Leadership Lecture Series makes it a point of duty to ensure that a certain level of competence is also built beyond this event. So people learn new things, the things that are improved upon. That's the whole essence of this masterclass. And today we're looking at, first masterclass will be a masterclass on personal branding. So what we're doing here is we have the masterclass facilitator, and then we have the masterclass teacher or speaker or coach, whatever works for you at this point. So for our first masterclass on personal branding, Ms. Emma Clark, the founder and chief executive officer of Learn with Emma Clark, will be speaking, and the facilitator for that will be Madeline Umor and Chinenye Chukwu Neike. Now, before I proceed, we've created separate rooms. When you were filling the form, okay, when you were filling the form for this particular event online to get the link for this event, you were asked which masterclass would you want to participate in, and you selected the one you want to participate in. For those of you who selected the ones that you want to participate in, the Secretariat will just automatically move you into those particular masterclass that you have selected to be a part of. However, for those who have not selected yet, that will remain in the lobby, you will also be advised on which one to go, or you will be assisted to get into the respective masterclasses that is available for you to get into. Now, that is what we're going to do. Now, when I'm done introducing the masterclass, okay, when I'm done introducing the masterclass, I'm going to go off. As soon as we come back from the masterclass, the chairperson of the Women Leadership Lecture Series, Engineer Amina Dan Madami, will take center stage with the concluding remarks. She will take center stage with the concluding remarks. Now, once she's done with her wrap up and concluding remarks, Ofofononon will take center stage to formally close the event. He is of the Abuja section, on one of us here at SPE and a junior colleague of mine. Well, as I said earlier, I am in Houston right now attending Sarah Week, so I would have to log off once I'm done introducing this masterclass. After the masterclass, Engineer Damadami would come, do the closing wrap up, and then Ofofononon Akpan would just close the event finally. But for now, I have announced the first masterclass. So Frank, we haven't made that announcement. Anyone who has signed up for that class, you can start moving them to the personal branding masterclass, where Madeline Umo and Chinenye Chukwu will be waiting to talk a bit more about the session and about the speaker for that particular session. For the masterclass on negotiation, we have Mrs. Ikalone Udo, Chief Executive Officer, Daikal Management Consult. That class will be facilitated by Priscilla Enwere and Ugochi Akiwu Onike, the Gucci of SPE herself, and Priscilla will be handling that. Partnership and collaboration is the next masterclass. Becoming a male ally at work is what we'll be looking at there. Aldrich Garcia Mayans, Principal Reservoir Engineer for Schlumberger, will be speaking there. That will be facilitated by Dr. Sarah Winnie and Professor Kafayat Adeyemi. Introduction to Data Science, Mr. Stephen Adetitu Onia, Chief Executive Officer of Subcity Group, will be speaking there, to be facilitated by Imabong Basi and Elsie Ezewanne. As I said, the wrap-up on vote of thanks will follow when they return back to these particular common room for all of us. You're all going to come back to this room for the wrap-up. So the wrap-up will not happen in your respective masterclass rooms. You're going to come back to this particular meeting room for the wrap-up, where Engineer Damadami, chairperson of WLLS Planning Committee, will be talking to us, and Akwana Fofonono will take it from there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure as always serving in this capacity as programs director for this virtual International Women's Day event. So once again, happy International Women's Day to all of you, eminent, wonderful, and bright, brilliant women of SPE and the men of SPE. I will see you again, I think sometime in April, when we gather in Abuja for our annual Oloibri Lecture Forum. Until that time, yes, Richmond Suji signing out. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining. If you need assistance with moving to any of the rooms, just just drop a message on the chat box. You know the goals here. Drop a message on the chat box and we will move you to the room. But to assist you, can just scroll down on your screen and you will see the masterclass title. And then you will see join front. Then just
can just kick off with the introduction. Why
just click on join.
Yes. The slide I have is not.
Okay, go ahead and
The
introduce.
general slide I have. Okay, so
just drop a chat on the chat box.
Depending on where you're joining from, and what.
Yeah, hey, Frank, good afternoon. Could you move OG, the facilitator for negotiation, to her masterclass, please? Frank, did you copy me? Hello, Frank. Kindly look at your screen. You see the masterclasses. You can by yourself choose the masterclass which you prefer. You click on it and you join the masterclass. If you can hear me, that means you're in the lobby, and the classes have been set up at the breakout sessions. If you can hear me, which means you are at the lobby. Host, kindly make Simeon co-host. Host, kindly make Simeon co-host. Simeon, confirm you can hear me at the lobby.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. So look at the chat box and move people to their respective breakout rooms of their choices. Thank you, sir. Simeon, we have 40 participants, or say 34 participants when they're waiting in the lobby. Kindly drop a chat so that they can indicate their breakout rooms. Okay. Host, please make off and on the co-host. Host, do make off and on a co-host, please. Host, do make off and on a co-host. And if you're on the lobby, please choose a breakout session and join the room by just simply clicking on it. Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, you see the breakout rooms at the bottom. If you're using a mobile, you see it at top left or top right. You click on the breakout rooms and you see the master classes, and you click to join any one of your choice. Thank you. Host, please make off and on co-host. Thank you.
Host, please, we need to make Emma Clark a host. We need to make Emma Clark a host. The best way, I think, is to take her out of the room and make her a host, or is there any way we can make her a host without taking her out of the room?
Okay, Frank, you can reclaim host. Frank, reclaim host. Click on your status, your icon, and reclaim host. Thank you very much, sir. If you're here, you are in the lobby, the breakouts, the master classes are ongoing in the breakout rooms. The breakout rooms are already set up. If you're using a desktop, your laptop, you see it at the bottom of your Zoom icon. If you're using a handheld, you see that top left or top right, depending on the platform you're using, iOS or Android. You click on it, tap on it, and then you join any of the masterclasses. Thank you.
Yudi, I'm not able to join. I just left one class and I wanted to enter negotiation and see, but I'm not able to enter negotiation and I'm not able to go back to the class I left.
Okay, hosts, move our chair to the classroom of our choice.
Okay, but our share, are you in any room? You need to leave that room first because I'm not seeing you at the lobby.
I just left being a male ally and I wanted to just check this thing to see the negotiation class.
In the lobby. She is in the lobby.
She is in the lobby.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. From my own end, here, she's not. Okay.
How women put themselves forward, how women propose themselves, how women.
So which of the class you want to go to? Which of the class, ma? Which of the class?
Negotiation.
All right, fantastic. I moved you then.
Okay.
How we can make ourselves, I think we should make ourselves more visible. All right? Right. So let's move on very quickly. Okay, sorry. Can I just address you? Yeah. To be able to make goals, you need to come back to the main rooms. The main room and then don't make it over that. And do that. Sorry. All right, no problem. Everyone just give me for a moment. I will be back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, she's back now. You two, you leave now. Make you coast.
Okay, I'm back in the room. You can make me the co-host now.
Yes, you are now a co-host now. You can now join your room.
All right, thank you very much. Have you made my two devices, please? Can you ensure that it's my two devices that have been made co-hosts?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The host of one of the breakout rooms should move away from the location of the person in the lobby. The classes are filtering in. If you're still online and you can hear me, it means you're in the lobby. And I want to announce to you that the master classes are ongoing in the breakout rooms. You can get into any of the breakout rooms of your choice by tapping on breakout rooms at the bottom of your screen. If you're using a desktop or a laptop, or top left or top right of your screen, if you're using a handheld device. So you will see the lists of the 4 masterclasses. When you tap any, then you join the masterclass of your choice. Thank you. Once again, I repeat, if you can hear me, it means you're in the lobby. Okay, Tosin Adewale, you can't join. Okay, host, kindly move Tosin Adewale to breakout room of my choice. Thank you very much. Someone will move you, indicate the room of your choice, the masterclass of your choice, and someone will move you. Make use of the chat box. Okay, partnership and collaborations. Okay. First, please do move her to partnership and collaborations. Thank you. Frank, please, Tosin is still in the lobby. Move her to partnership and collaborations. Tosin is still in the lobby. Thank you.
I should move back to which of the room, please?
So they're not like 1 or 2 people. Wookie says all of them, right?
Come again, please. I didn't get you.
T-O-E, meaning that there is something about him that transcends the banking industry. We can think of Tony in the banking strategy. We can also think of him.
Yeah, please make way for partnership and collaboration.
That Tony was a man that's logical, that transcends the banking industry. Right? So we want to understand. This is what we're talking about.
That room don't follow. Don't see me. I think
Okay, sorry, Frank. I moved into another room to check what is happening. Tosin, he wants to go to partnership and collaboration. Partnership and collaboration. I think she's Tosin Adewale, partnership and collaboration. So I'll be moving to other rooms to check it out. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. If you can hear me, that means you are in the lobby. The breakout session is currently ongoing, and we advise you or encourage you to join any of the rooms. We have negotiations, we have personal branding, we have partnership and collaboration, and we have introduction to data science. Please feel free to indicate any of this master class of your choice. And if you're having challenges in moving any of those rooms, we are here to assist you. Tosin, we are sorry. We've tried severally from our end to move you to your class of choice, but it seems you're having challenges with the network. So I would advise you leave the meeting and join again. Please, I apologize for any inconvenience, and we hope you'll be able to meet up your class.
Hello, once again, if you're just joining or if you can hear me, that means you are in the lobby for the event. The events has been broken into sessions, which are the master classes. Kindly look at the bottom of your screen and you see breakout. Then when you tap on it, then you see the rooms, the master classes, and you join any of the rooms of your choice. If you're using a handheld device, when you tap on it, when you look at top right or top left, depending on your platform you're using, then you see breakout rooms, and then you join any of the breakout sessions. The masterclass is ongoing. We encourage you to move away from here and join any of the masterclasses. Thank you. I see two more persons just joined. I repeat, if you're joining us, the master classes are ongoing and you are at the lobby of the event. Nothing happens at the lobby. The master classes have been broken into breakout rooms, and you can access the breakout rooms from the bottom of your screen, your Zoom interface. If you're using a laptop or desktop, if you're using a handheld device at top right or top left, when you tap on the breakout rooms, join any of the master classes. This is the lobby of the event, WLLS 2022 of International Women's Day. You are at the lobby, the master classes are ongoing, and they are happening in the breakout rooms. We encourage you to join any of the breakout rooms. Thank you very much. If you do not know what to do, you can use the chat box to communicate to us. Thank you very much once again. Once again, good afternoon. If you can hear me, that means you are at the lobby of the SPE WLLS 2023. The master classes are ongoing in the breakout rooms. We encourage you to join any of the master classes in the breakout rooms, and you can achieve this by clicking on the breakout rooms at the bottom of your Zoom window, or top left to top right if you're using mobile devices. When you tap on that breakout rooms, you can then join any of the master classes of your choice. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. If you're hearing me, it means you're on the lobby of the masterclass session that is ongoing in the rooms. I encourage you to join. And if you're having challenges, please just drop a message on the chat box and we're here to help. To access the rooms, just scroll down to the bottom of your screen. You see breakout room. Then click it. You will see the list of rooms, and you just click join any one of your choice, and it will let you into the room and participate in the session that is ongoing. Thank you for listening.
There is a knowledge expert each of my gifts and my calling.
Good afternoon. If you are just joining us, you're welcome to the 2023 XP Nigeria Council Women Leadership Lecture Series. We are currently on the masterclass session, and we have 4 sessions running concurrently. You can join any of the session of your choice. Just go to the bottom of your window and click on breakout rooms. Then the list of rooms, available rooms will pop up. You just click join in front of the master class of your choice. We have personal branding, we have negotiation, we have partnership and collaboration, and we have introduction to data science running concurrently, and we have huge participants in each of those sessions. It's very rich, I can tell you, because we are the lecturers are seasoned lecturers, are experts in these areas, and you're going to take a whole lot home. I encourage you to join one more time and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you. Good afternoon. If you hear me, that means you are the lobby of the event. The masterclass is currently ongoing, and we have 4 classes running concurrently. So if you want to join any of them, just go below under your screen and click breakout room. Then the list of rooms would pop up. You just click the one you want to join, and you'll be allowed into that room. If you need further assistance, you can just drop a chat message on the chat box, and we're here to help. You're welcome once again to the 2023 SPE Nigerian Council Women Leadership Lecture Series, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the session. Bye.
you want to engage further with me?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about rounding up the masterclass session, and thanks for staying on the rest of the event.
Hello, good afternoon once again. You're welcome. If you're here, this is the lobby of SPWLLS 2023. If you're here, that means you're not in any of the master classes. We encourage you to join the master classes. They are very interesting, very educating, life-changing, lectures indeed, classes. So you can join any of the classes by clicking on breakout rooms at the bottom of your Zoom window. If you're using a laptop or desktop, if you're using a handheld device, that could be located at the top right or top left of your device. You see breakout rooms. When you tap on it, you see 4 breakout rooms. I repeat, 4 breakout rooms, and these sessions are very interactive, very educative, impactful. Okay, so we encourage you to do so and join any of the classes. Thank you very much.
Looks like we are the only ones that returned back. Others are still on.
That's what I'm seeing. No.
Other classes are still on. They are not yet back.
But so maybe you need to find out how much time.
You close
Otherwise,
right
Emma can
on
continue
time.
teaching us here.
Yeah, she can continue here while we wait for others. That was a great one.
Yeah, this calls for continuation of the master classes, maybe next year or midway before next WLLS. That's 2024 WLLS. Other classes are closing shortly, and thank you for participating. And I'm happy that you're happy. SP is happy that you enjoy the classes. Thank you. Frank, could you send another message again? A broadcast to all the breakout rooms. In the next 2 minutes,
We'll do that right away.
In the next 2 minutes, you can cut off all the breakout rooms.
So while waiting for, hello everyone, while waiting for others to join, can we just quickly do a video, take video before snapshots? We missed doing that in the main room. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, we can try to do that.
Hello everyone. Our women are pride. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Madam Chinaya, good afternoon. Madam Magdalene, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
How are you? I'm not seeing my background though. Are you guys seeing it? My background? Is it just showing my window, my office window? I can see all the background. Are you guys seeing my background?
No, it's showing your office.
I see your nice chair and window.
So you people didn't do the right job, especially Frank and you. Yeah. That's not a good one. Okay. those are the learnings we are seeing here. Yeah. Dr. Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Dear Madam Dr. Sarah.
Right here reporting for duty, sir.
Oh, I love these women, man.
Women in politics.
No.
No. Women in energy, not in politics.
I'm not joking. I was joking. I'm fully elected.
I know my BOT member.
So full.
We have no governorship candidate here.
They'll get that one day.
So it looks like most the rooms are all back.
Yeah, how many?
They are coming in gradually. And then
I think we can
close
still.
the rooms.
89.
We
I
can
think
still take the pictures.
Yeah, we can still take the pictures. Yeah,
We can still take the pictures. Yeah.
That'll be fine.
So Frank, are you gonna guide us so we can?
Okay, if Ofofonono is in the room, Ofofonono, I think the MC handed over to you.
Okay. So I believe we all enjoyed the 4 master classes, which just concluded. And of course, the very next item on the agenda was a wrap-up and vote of thanks. And this will be taken by the chairperson of the WLLS Planning Committee. Of course, she's a record-breaking 2024 Vice Council Chairman-elect. So at this juncture, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Amina Danmadami for the wrap-up and vote of thanks. Ma'am, please, the future stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ofofonono. Thank you so much. So on behalf of SPE,
you can see my hand. Let's put our hand together for Hajia.
So on behalf of SPE Nigeria BOT, SPE Nigeria Council, and the Women Leadership Series Organizing Committee, I would like to thank you all for joining us today to celebrate International Women's Day and to explore the theme of embracing equity as a lever for professional growth. We hope that today's program has provided valuable insights and tools for advancing gender equality and promoting women's professional development. The panel discussion on strategic pipeline development and partnership for equitable professional advancement highlighted the importance of creating pathways for women to advance in their careers and the role of partnership in supporting these efforts. We hope that the ideas shared during this discussion will inspire our audience to take action in their workspaces and communities. The masterclass on negotiation, personal branding, being a male ally, and introduction to data science provided practical skills and knowledge that can help women and men alike to succeed in their careers and become effective advocates for gender equity. Special appreciation to Madam Eloho Iboni, Engineer Emeka Ene, Professor Olafuyi, Engineer Felix Obike, the Women Leadership Lecture Series organizing team, the Secretariat team, SPE members for all their support. We would like to thank Seplat for their sponsorship and support for this event, our distinguished speakers, moderator, facilitators, and participants for sharing their experiences, insights, and expertise, and for their commitment to advancing gender equality. Let us all continue to work together towards a more equitable and inclusive future for all. Happy International Women's Day. See you same time next year. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ofofonono.
I feel our Chairman Planning Committee deserves some virtual rounds of applause. And then I would like to read in the chat box, in one word, describe this event. In one word, can you describe this event organized by the Society of Petroleum Engineers? In one word. in one word. Let's see your descriptions in the comments, in the chat box. Fantastic from Chinwo. Awesome. Wow from Engineer Ajiri. Amazing. Ofe says, thank you. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Inspiring from our council chair, Engineer Felix Obike. Insightful. Tracy says, informative. Dr. Sarah, excellent. Superb. Inspiring. Brilliant. Aptly put together. Thank you. Thank you. As SPE, we are glad that you, as stakeholders, enjoy this event. And if you're not a member of SPE, this is a clarion call that you should become a professional member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers. However, we have another event on the 6th of April. Of course, if you visit the SPE website, you would have information about the OLEF 2023 conference. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be excellent, and you would enjoy the conference. To round up this event, please, we would like to have a virtual photo session. So please kindly turn on your video so that we can have a virtual photo session. And then for 5 minutes, we have the opportunity to interact, and then we close the meeting in 5 minutes. So please turn on your video cameras. Let's see your beautiful faces for a virtual photo session.
Yeah, seeing those who've been hiding.
I can see a beauty chair. Engineer Meka Ine. Thank you,
Excellent
sir, for
program.
joining us.
Yeah, I've been listening to very excellent contributions, and I'm quite impressed. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Congrats. Anyway, I know I can expect now. Trust.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
So when I say SPE, you say cleaner energy with your thumbs up. SPE. Oh, you're all muted. SPE.
Cleaner energy.
Cleaner energy.
Cleaner energy. Cleaner energy.
Cleaner energy. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this event comes to an end, but the conversation on embracing equity continues. Once again, thank you for being part of this event. The meeting will end in 5 minutes after a brief interactive and networking session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great program. This
you.
was a fantastic gift for the IWK.
We needed more time. We needed more time. We needed
Well done, team. You were all awesome. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic program.
Thank you, Mrs. Udo. It was amazing. Like, seriously, Talone, she was as in on point.
I got a congratulatory message. Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I got a congratulatory message from Seplat. Yeah, to extend to SPE.
Oh,
it was awesome. I mean, it was awesome, really, and I thank God for that.
Are they giving us more money?
We are getting money in OLEF. You know that.
Yeah.
So relax. We'll get money in OLEF. We get money in NIS. So and Shell did a lot yesterday too. Yeah, and kudos to Shell. Yeah, and Shell is really stepping up wonderfully well. Yeah, normally they are. And they are promised to anchor DTNT, and of course we have our chairperson with them. I think it's Dikpo, yes. So definitely we're going to get more from Shell. Yeah, and Shell is a trailblazer. They lead the team, and we thank God that we have them. And it's an awesome. So NNPC is no longer okay. NNPC, I can see my sister Gochi. So let's do a lot more in NNPC. Yeah, and I believe you're muted.
I said we're working on it. These are interesting times for the NNPC. A lot of changes.
I know. That's why I kept quiet about it. Yeah. So but I know that I can only get better. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, my incoming vice chair. Thanks.
Okay. I want to say something. If you did, for those who missed the becoming a male ally, you really missed.
I'm telling you.
Really, really missed.
You want me to make you feel bad about personal branding?
I'm just going to tell you only one
I don't even want to start.
Personal branding was the bomb.
No way.
I don't even want to tell you about personal branding.
All of you are starting work. Negotiation was where you need to be at.
Negotiation is
Negotiation was where it was happening. Everything is negotiation in life. Everything. Just starting work.
I must negotiate with your children, with your spouse.
This is awesome.
We must
No,
negotiate.
Oh,
and we know